Well, the weather might not have been good last week, but looks like Mother Nature is going to give one back to us here this weekend. Welcome, everybody, to Huskins Field. We got an exciting doubleheader between the Tufts Jumbos and the Bates Bobcats. I'm Andrew Howe alongside Zach Eskenazi, and today is Senior Day. And so for all the parents watching at home, we got a quick little video to show to you guys honoring all of the seniors that are going to be making their final runs here in the coming weeks. So here we go.
Thank you for the commitment that you've made for me and the ability to come back here and play another year with my brothers.
Mom and Dad, thank you so much for all your time over the years, all the time we spent outside playing baseball, learning to hit and throw. I wouldn't be here without you. Love you. Thank you.
Hi, Mom and Dad. Thank you so much for everything you've ever done for me. I can't thank you enough, and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to play baseball here. Love you guys so much.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to attend Tufts University. I really appreciate all your continued love and support in the classroom and on the field. Love you guys.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to thank you for your endless support over the years. I'm forever grateful for everything you've given to me.
On behalf of myself and the other coaches, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our seniors and their parents. We have been through some interesting times, and your sons have been absolutely remarkable. I thank you for the privilege of coaching them. The leadership and caring shown by our seniors has been exemplary, and this is without question a direct result of the wonderful parenting they've received. Please know you'll all be members of our Jumbo baseball family, and please know how appreciative we are of all of you. Go Jumbos.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to say thank you for all you guys have done for me over the years. I'm super appreciative.
Again for another doubleheader between the Tufts Jumbos and the Bates Bobcats. Andrew Howe here alongside Zach Eskenazi. And Zach, a lot of history between these two teams, but especially on this senior day, just here to have some fun baseball today.
Yeah, great day out here in Medford. Should be a great day so far. Tufts coming off of
St. Joseph's over in Maine. But this is their first action here in the NESCAC League, and with Tufts already at that half-point weight in the season, they're sitting comfortably at first place in the NESCAC East. Of course, only the top teams from each division will earn a spot in the NESCAC championship game, and so
went 3-1 last weekend. In particular, Nate Bazella and Brendan McFall both won weekly honors in the NESCAC. So yeah, Tufts coming off of a big weekend last weekend.
Yeah, and they're gonna try to hope to continue this momentum that they've
Definitely, yeah. The Tufts bats have been pretty hot so far this season. Through the 8 games that they have played, the Jumbos have been batting .323 with a .547 slug.
2 great games of that, and for Bates, obviously they're coming in actually off of a 2-7 season in 2020. Actually managing to get a couple of games in before the pandemic, returning a good amount of their players for this season. So a lot riding on this year. Going to try and build on some of that momentum that they had in 2019, which ended for them in a first-day exit at the NESCAC. Looks like the players are starting to take the field. We will be playing the national anthem shortly, and thereafter we'll be once again showing a quick video for Senior Day. Of course, Zach, a lot of experienced members on this Tufts team, and yeah, a lot of them are going to be.
Definitely, yeah. This Jumbos roster currently sporting 6 seniors, and yeah, just wanted to highlight Brandon Bay, Will Burgess, Kyle Cortese.
Extremely crucial to the success of the Jumbo season so far, and yeah, we just want to thank all of the seniors and all the families here for tuning in, watching us for some great Tufts University. But at least it's good to know that a lot of these kids can get some games in at least to close their careers off.
Definitely having a pretty strong year so far, and looking to continue their strong season with another couple wins today.
Yeah, and a big picture, a big factor in this game one is definitely going to be the pitching matchup here. We got Michael Volgende going up against Peter Schultz, and has been incredibly strong so far this season, proving that he is one of the strongest pitchers in the NESCAC as a whole. Ability to play into the low 90s.
He's having an ERA of .75, which is one of the, if not the lowest ERA so far out of the Jumbo pitchers. It's out of Volgende here today.
Yeah, only 4 hits and only 8 hits, you said, and only 1 run given up, I believe, in his 2 starts so far. A 3 ERA with 3 strikeouts and a walk. But yeah, he's definitely is having a bit of a breakout year for the Bobcats this season. And
looking for a strong breakout performance for Peter Schultz today.
It looks like some of the players are returning to the dugout. Once again, the game will have a first. Once again, Bates playing their first NESCAC division games here in Medford today. So in order to start off well, definitely going to have to be super hot off the bats really early on. And, looks like the staff for both of these teams are meeting up with the umpire coming in for the Jumbos.
Final pregame motivation in for the national anthem and the first pitch.
Such an excel. We'll be sitting at the end of Saturday with an 8-2 record going up to face off against Wesleyan tomorrow.
Where I believe their last game they won 17-0, so looking to carry some of that momentum into their senior day to again honor these seniors on this Jumbo roster.
Yeah, the Tufts was definitely a zip victory. Just shows the offensive power of this team, as well as Brendan McFall coming out and having an incredible start in that game. We'll hoping to see a little bit more of him this weekend.
Definitely, and on the scored 5 runs while playing in 3 of Tufts' 4 games last weekend. So Nate Pizzella had a day last weekend and just had a great game offensively.
Yeah, and Bizzella will be in this performance in that last week. So having 10 RBIs on top of that as well, just a lot of the offense runs through a lot of these players, but Bizzella specifically in that last week.
Definitely, and Bizzella's 11 RBIs make him an offensive powerhouse so far this season.
And you want to hear the funny thing, Zach? He's batting 9th today. It just shows how many power hitters are really available here. If your player of the week is sitting at the last spot in the lineup, it just shows that there's...
That's kind of like mix-ins, power hitters, so that there's never really a weak spot in the lineup. And I'll definitely make sure to keep the Bates defense on edge for this afternoon.
Well, we hope you all are. Make sure you don't miss any single game here. Just make sure to follow us on all of our social media. We're on Facebook. Obviously, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Getting very close to that 1,000 sub mark. So obviously, a lot of you guys watching will get access to these games whenever they come on.
Definitely, and it'll help you get notified for any changes to the schedule, as well as any updates regarding Tufts sports in general.
Yep.
So definitely make sure to follow our socials.
And it will be following just after this one, and tomorrow on Sunday at the same time, Tufts got a doubleheader against Wesleyan, who has looked pretty strong so far, sitting at that 4-4 record in the opposite division. So some cross-divisional play coming to the Jumbos tomorrow.
That they're facing up against this weekend.
And here they go. Out on the field are the Tufts Jumbos, ready for game 1.
Starting lineups for field number 2, Christian Beal. Playing third base, number 24, Henry Jameson. Batting fifth, designated hitter, number 20, Alex Ross. Playing right field, number 7, Drew Fallon. Pension, number 22, John Nowak. Batting ninth, playing shortstop, number 9, Kevin Lucy. We will bring you the Jumbos lineup. The bottom of the first.
America's anthem, America's pastime, on a beautiful American sunny day. Taking a look at the Jumbos' defensive orientation for the start of this game. In the outfield, we got Jackson Duffy, Will Burgess, and Peter DiMaria sitting at first. Connor Bowman behind the plate, and Michael Volgende on the mound. Ryan Dawes will be the DH for today.
Definitely, and as we were talking about earlier, Andrew is second in strikeouts, so definitely looking to continue his dominant pitching so far this year.
Absolutely. Sitting, averaging around at that 6 inning per game mark, really capable of going late into the game and staying consistent there as
Definitely Tall, having a pretty strong year offensively, batting .375 and slugging .750 with an OPS of 1.125. So definitely a very strong hitter.
Tyler Atal, starting off this year very well. Has a home run, 3 hits already in his 2 games. And Volgende issues another strike to make the count 1-2.
Perfect record.
The 1-2 is called for a strike. Atal goes down looking, and there's 1 away. Christian Beal coming in looking super hot, one of the top players of the team in 2019. I'm going to try to add to that resume today.
Yeah, and so far this year he's batting .625 and slugging .625 as well, making his OPS 1.250.
Low fastball is called for a strike. He thought about it. Didn't end up swinging. Count is 0-2.
Nationally, yeah. Well, Jenda looking to go for that lower part of the zone there.
Good pitch. Just called for a ball. Count is fouled back. Christian Bale, the center fielder, also very fast on the base pass, has 15 stolen bases in 2019. And so you definitely know if...
Even a threat this year, but even with the, I guess, limited stolen base attempts that Bates has so far this year.
It's a battle between Beal and Volgende here. Pitches it in with the off speed, and there's 2 away. 2 strikeouts in a row for Michael Volgende. In 2020, the shortened season, and trying to add to that this year.
Yeah, Jameson currently batting .250 with a .250 on base percentage as well as .250 slugging.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Volgende seemed to have gotten him with the off speed after going for the fastball on the first pitch of this at bat.
Ball's held down in the zone. So the count is now 2-1.
Volgende again, going for the lower part of that zone there, maybe trying to induce a ground ball to get out of the inning.
Another swing and a miss. And Volgende is 1 strike away from striking out the side in the top of the first. It's a 2-2. Down in the zone again, Zach.
Definitely, yeah. It seems like he's been liking that low fastball a lot so far in this game.
We've got a full count with 2 outs. Pitch is fouled back. All the batters have been striking out. I mean, a lot of battling so far here in this top of the first. Here's a payoff. Swing and a miss! And Michael Volgende has started this game off with 3 consecutive strikeouts.
Yeah, great pitching display by Volgende there. Got three easy, relatively easy strikeouts, but still great effort by Jameson there. So stay alive on the bat. Had a couple foul balls there, but so great effort on both sides there.
Nearly perfection in the top of the first for the Jumbos. They're going to try to come back here and start off the bats. We'll be right back after this.
Long nights, long drives we've had, and I couldn't be more appreciative of that looking back at my 4 years of college now. So I just wanted to say I love you guys.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to come to Tufts and meet all these incredible guys. The experience here has been unbelievable. Thank you guys for your endless sacrifices you've made my entire life. You guys are truly my role models. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Hey, Mom and Dad. Thank you so much for all the countless hours, all the time that you've spent giving me the possibility to come and play this game that I love every single day here at Tufts. Thank you for the commitment that you've made for me and the ability to come back here and play another year with my brothers.
Mom and Dad, thank you so much for all your time over the years, all the time we spent outside playing baseball, learning to hit and throw. I wouldn't be here without you. Love you. Thank you.
Hi, Mom and Dad. Thank you so much for everything you've ever done for me. I can't thank you enough, and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to play baseball here. Love you guys so much.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to attend Tufts University. I really appreciate all your continued love and support in the classroom and on the field. Love you guys.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to thank you for your endless support over the years. I'm forever grateful for everything you've given to me.
On behalf of myself and the other coaches, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our seniors and their parents. We have been through some interesting times, and your sons have been absolutely remarkable. I thank you for the privilege of coaching them. The leadership and caring shown by our seniors has been exemplary, and this is without question a direct result of the wonderful parenting they've received. Please know you'll all be members of our Jumbo baseball family, and please know how appreciative we are of all of you. Go Jumbos.
Welcome back, everybody. hope you enjoyed that video. Once again, thanks to Tufts Athletics. Miles Reed will lead off for the Jumbos, one of Tufts' top hitters so far this season.
Definitely, yeah. The junior outfielder is currently averaging 345 and slugging 517. Just one of the many hot bats so far for the Jumbos.
And our first ball in play is going to be over the head of Jamison and into left field. It's a base hit to start off the bottom of the first for Miles Reed.
Definitely, yeah. It's definitely what you hope for out of your leadoff hitter. Just a nice single, get on base. Still no outs, obviously. So.
And much like Christian Beal, Miles Reed is a center fielder with a whole lot of speed. And so we're definitely going to be expecting him to be aggressive on the base pass as Kyle Cortez comes to bat.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, Miles Reed currently has 3 stolen bases so far this year. So.
And it seems like the pitcher, Peter Schultz, is aware of that, throwing off a pick off to first base there.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Not surprised they tried to pick him off. Definitely trying to get a good lead there to add to his stolen base total. Yeah, no, Miles Reed definitely looking to play a little bit aggressive, trying to get a pretty big lead and looking for, an errant pitch.
Peter Schultz on the mound. It's a 0-1 count to Kyle Cortez in the bottom of the first.
Cortez, one of the Jumbo's power hitters, and he's currently slugging 519 on the year.
And if he gets the bat on the ball, it's going to go super far.
Definitely, yeah, and especially with a fast runner like Reed currently on first base, could spell danger for the Bobcats early here.
Schultz definitely has his eyes on Miles Reed on first base.
Definitely. Now, as a pitcher, you definitely want to keep the base runners guessing, keep them on their toes so that they don't get too comfortable with the lead.
Pitch is up. The count is 1-2. Cortez, one of the captains here for the Jumbos. Also a senior, so honored him for senior day as well. Schultz going to deal on a 1-2. Down in the dirt, and here goes Reed to second base. The throw is not in time, and that is a stolen base for Miles Reed, sitting safely at second.
Definitely, yeah, and that will be Miles Reed's 4th stolen base on the year. Definitely read that one perfectly. Looked like he was, playing aggressive, trying to get a lead, after every pitch, and found one he liked. And great reaction, great play by Miles Reed there.
And Cortez working back into the count with 2-2 with the runner in scoring position. Just outside, the count is full. Up, and after getting down 0-2, Kyle Cortez works a walk on first base. And here comes Peter DeMaria.
The first baseman, number 32, Peter DeMaria.
Yeah, DeMaria, the first baseman here for the Jumbos, currently averaging 348 with a 391 slugging.
Here's a pitch from Schultz. Bit of an off speed, but ends up out of the zone.
I know Reed was liking that one since he stole on the, low pitch in the dirt. I believe it was an off speed, so I guess Reed definitely looking for another pitch in the dirt to potentially get over to third.
Pitch is fouled back. The count is 1-1. DeMaria, in his freshman year in 2019, had a stellar season, hitting .361 with a .542 slugging, with 2 homers and 40 RBIs. Here's the 1-1. Popped up, foul. And DeMaria is down 1-2.
And DeMaria just looking to make contact, get one in play here.
And I think that hit him DeMaria is walking over to first base and what appears to be a hit by pitch. And that leaves the bases loaded for the cleanup hitter today, the designated hitter, Ryan Dawes.
The designated hitter, number 8, Ryan Dawes.
Definitely, yeah. Not how you want it to start for Bates. Three runners on, no outs. Especially with a speedy guy like Reed. I know we've been talking about that a lot so far this inning, but especially with the guy like him on third, it's going to make that play at home just that much tougher.
Ball's down in the dirt. Reed's going to go looking for any chance of a ball to try to take home plate, get a run on the board, but with a ball like that, definitely not much he could work with there.
Definitely.
Dawes did miss a large portion of the 2019 season due to injury, only playing 12 games in 2019. Looking to right the wrongs here, getting another opportunity here, and a really good one at that. Count is 1-1.
Ryan Dawes, another one of the seniors that we are honoring here today for Senior Day.
Tufts just looking to get a ball into the air, whether it's a base hit or a pop or a fly ball. You get Reed back in.
Definitely, yeah. Infielders are playing in to try and get the play at home, so definitely you don't need to hit it as far. But that ball is
fly ball to left.
In the left,
and it doesn't look like Atal is going to catch that. It's going to be over the wall. Was not even expecting that, but that is a grand slam for Ryan Dawes, and the Jumbos lead 4-0. The ball just kept carrying, Zach, and it just kept going. I was expecting maybe it'd be a fly ball, but just went over.
Definitely, it did not look super hard hit off the bat, but it just kept going and going, and what a play for Ryan Dawes, the senior here. So what a great way to spend your senior day, just first at bat, grand slam. So
first homer of the season for Dawes. And now with bases empty, here comes Jackson Duffy.
Yeah, still no outs here for the Bobcats. They're looking to try and get out of this.
Duffy, the sophomore, is coming in here, earning a spot really in left field after playing exceptionally well against Colby in the past 2 weeks. Pitch is called a strike. Once again, there's a jumbo down 1-2. Brandon Bay is on deck. The 1-2 is down. Count is 2-2. Duffy looks, and that is the first out of the game for the Bates Bobcats. Strikeout for Peter Schultz.
Definitely a big momentum shift for Schultz there, especially probably not feeling too great after that grand slam. Great strikeout there, especially since he got him looking too. Definitely a confidence boost that he was able to hit his spots.
The senior Brandon Bay is up to bat.
Brandon Bay batting .438 so far in the year with a .625 slugging. Definitely another one of the jumbo power hitters.
And he's been incredibly consistent so far this season. In the 7 games that he's played coming into today, has hit safely in 6 of them. So you always know that it's a very good chance that if Bay's up, he's going to get on base. Here's the 0-2.
Definitely, yeah, and 6 RBIs for Bay so far this year too. So definitely, if you have runners on, definitely could like to have Bay up with runners on.
Down in the dirt, the count is 2-2. 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Tufts already off to a very quick start with a 4-0 lead off of a grand slam by Ryan Dawes.
Definitely a great start to the Tufts Jumbo Senior Day.
Bay fouls it back. Two count, one away, base is empty, Brandon Bay. Swung on and hit to right center field. It looks like Drew Fallon's going to settle under it to make the second out of the inning. And here comes the second baseman, another captain here for the Jumbos, Will Burgess.
The second baseman, number 5, Will Burgess.
Burgess, another one of our Tufts Jumbo seniors.
And he's going to ground it to short. It's going to be Lucy. Over to Laughlin. And that is the end of the first inning. But what an inning it was for the Tufts University Jumbos. A grand slam by Ryan Dawes sends them up 4-0 as we head into the second.
For the Jumbos, in the bottom of the first inning, they scored 4 runs on 2 hits. There were no hits, college errors, and there were no runners left on base at the end of one complete here. Game 1 was Tufts 4, Bates nothing. Scheduled to bat for Bates in the top of the second inning will be Alex Ross, Drew Fallon, and Noah Laughlin.
But yeah, no, great outing there for the Jumbos. You know, always love to put four runs up in the first inning, especially after the dominant pitching that Volgenda displayed in the top of the first. Looking to continue that here.
We hope you all are enjoying your virtual stay here at Huskins Field here with us at JumboCast. We head into the top of the second. Michael Volgende going to try to continue his dominance that he issued in the first inning. Going up against the cleanup hitter today, Alex Ross. Volgende with 3 strikeouts in the first. Going to try to add to his total here. Grounded to first. Di Maria will do it himself. Step on the bag for the out number 1.
Nice and easy play for the first baseman, Peter Di Maria there.
Next up is Drew Fallon, the right fielder.
Through his 4 at-bats so far this year, Fallon is currently batting .500 with a 1250 OPS.
Yeah, and Fallon is coming off of a very good game. Game 2, against St. Joseph's, putting up 2 hits with a double, and he's going to try to work that momentum again today. Pitch is called for a strike. The count is 1-1 with one away.
Yeah, Volgende seems like he's been going to the fastball a good amount there. I mean, that one was like working the inside side of the zone there.
Here's the 1-1. Put right back in there for a strike. The 1-2 is grounded to second. Will Burgess will pick it up and make a routine play to Peter Di Maria for the second out.
Yeah, again, just nice routine play there for the Jumbos. Nothing too difficult to get the second out of the top of the second.
And here comes Noah Laughlin up to bat. First pitch is swung on and popped up. DiMaria is going to run back over to the wall and can barely not make the play. Incredible defensive effort there from DiMaria. If there was no fence there, definitely would have got the ball.
Definitely, yeah. It looked like it just barely drifted into the bullpen. But, yeah, still, again, great effort for DiMaria, who, if he had made the catch, would have made all 3 outs so far this inning. So,
Laughlin splitting time this season with Brian Gotti. And here's the pitch. Swung on again. 0-2 count. Laughlin, another team captain. Didn't play too much in these past 2 years, but now earning some time.
this is Laughlin's 4th at-bat so far this year. And in his first 3, he has 1 hit for a batting average of .333.
This is a 1-2, 2 away. Voljande deals down in the dirt for ball 2. We're seeing 2s here, Zach. 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 away.
Definitely, yeah. Seems like we've had that 2-2 count a lot so far this afternoon.
And another strikeout for Michael Voljande. Make it number 4.
Definitely, yeah. Voljande is dealing so far through 2 innings, looking to keep it going.
No hits again, and a quick work here in the top of the second for the Tufts University Jumbos. They're up 4-0. Going to try to add to that in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, the Jumbos are looking to have their catcher, Bowman, lead off to start the bottom of the second.
It'd be the catcher, Connor Bowman.
The Jumbos looking to continue some of that offensive momentum they had in the bottom of the first inning. Although they did not finish off the inning particularly well with 3 consecutive outs, are looking to put some more runs on the board and start the inning the same way that they did the last inning.
The 1-0. Bowman, one of the known for his defensive prowess here. Definitely one of the top defensive catchers here in the NESCAC, and has really earned a lot of playing time here as well. Pitches up for the 3rd ball of the day.
Bowman.
Fly ball to right field. Underneath it is Drew Fallon. Running into foul territory to pick up out number 1. Here's the man of the hour, Nate Pizzella. Going to try to add to that NESCAC Player of the Week resume here. He's going to go off to the wall. Atal's going to try to retrieve it, but Pizzella's going to stop safely at second base. A nice double to start off the offense for Tufts in the bottom of the second, and who better than Nate Pizzella?
Definitely, yeah, that ball was hit deep in the left. Thought it might be the 2nd home run so far for the Jumbos, but just barely caught the top of the roll. But still a great play for Pizzella nonetheless. Looking to get another base hit and advance Pizzella.
Lined into center field. Christian Beal with a nice slide pick up out number 2. Fun stat about Beal, he has not made an error in his past 2 seasons of play. So, not trying to add to that just yet.
In third, but still a good effort to get back to second to not make an unforced error.
With 2 away in the bottom of the second, here's a 2-hitter, Kyle Cortez.
Cortez reached base by way of walk in the last innings, looking to record his first hit so far for the game.
Here's the 1-0. Pop this inning for the Jumbos, but they still sit comfortably up, 4-0.
Definitely. Volgende looking to continue his pitching prowess. So far on the year, not coming in today, he had 12 strikeouts, and today he already has 4. So I guess he could match his, get a good chunk of his season total just in 1 game. So that could be pretty interesting to see if he continues the pitching dominance.
And Lucy.
Zach Avila, through his 7 at-bats so far this year, is batting .429, so definitely a pretty strong hitter, especially considering his .429 slugging and .858 OPS, so definitely a threat.
Leading off the base in the top of the 3rd inning, the second baseman, number 44, Zach Avila.
Volgende issues ball 1.
Definitely, yeah, again, going for like that low fastball. Seems like he's been having a little bit of trouble finding the zone there, or the,
Zach Avila, the senior, did not play in 2019, but was very good in the shortened 2020 season, as he takes ball 2. The 2-1.
Volgende seemed to be going to that fastball a lot so far today. Wouldn't be surprised if he, starts to throw like a little bit more of his off speed later in this game, just to keep the Bobcat hitters on their toes.
A 3-1 to Avila is fouled back to make it 3-2. No outs. Volgende deals. Popped up into center field. Reed's going to go and chase it. And there's a collision there. It looked like Reed was in the position to take that out, but it looks like
Bozzella seems to be a little shaken up after that play.
and you just got to hope that Bozzella is all right, and so is Reed after that collision that they mentioned. As the catcher, John Nowak, comes up to bat. Nowak not off to the greatest start this season. 4 at-bats, 3 strikeouts, going to try to turn it around. Count is 0-1. No outs in the top of the third. Zach Avila is on first base with Michael Volgende dealing. Nowak grounds it to first. Di Maria is going to step on. The 3-6 DP coming out from the Jumbos. And there's 2 quick outs once again.
Definitely, yeah. Bates starting to get some momentum off of the error that allowed Avila to get to base. But I guess Bozzella making up for it by being able to finish off that double play.
23 games in 2019, hit .229 with 8 hits and 3 stolen bases. Count is now 2-0. And it looks like that play by Avila was ruled an E6. Well, Jende gets one in there for strike one. Bates also has Noah Jankowski as the backup catcher. We'll probably be seeing some of him in game 2. Popped up, out of play.
That one coming. Like I said, I gotta make sure, even as commentators, we bring our gloves to the game.
And it's such a beautiful day here in Medford. Last week was not so nice. I was pretty cold working camera here for game 2, but yeah, 3-2. Called strike 3. And after a bit of a mishap in center field to start off the inning, Volgende works right back.
Help to turn it around. And Volgende was able to finish off the inning with his fifth strikeout, of the game.
It's still 4-0. We're headed to the bottom of the third. We'll be right back.
Leading off the Jumbos here in the bottom of the third is first baseman Peter DiMaria, who was hit by a pitch in his last at bat in the bottom of the first.
Schultz will deal. Ball is hit deep into left field. Going back, not even going to look, is Avila, and that is a no-doubter home run for Peter DiMaria to lead off the bottom of the third.
Definitely. What a play by DiMaria there. First pitch, liked it.
Has hit a lot of singles this year, and that is not something that we're particularly used to.
Definitely, yeah. It seems like there's a magnet over in left field, as I believe Dawes, who is up next, his left home run was also in the left field, roughly in the same spot to left too. Kind of like, just inside of the foul pole. But yeah, no, great play for DiMaria there. And slam to put the other 4 runs up on the board for the Jumbos.
Dawes will take a ball in the dirt.
I guess Schultz probably a little bit nervous here, considering that DiMaria just hit a home run and Dawes hit the other home run of this game.
Looking to be kind of cautious around.
It's a little bit of the inside of the zone. Definitely those ones are a little bit harder to hit.
Ball is taken inside for 2-1.
Definitely. It seems like he's liking the inside part of the zone. I guess harder to get the meat of the bat on that one, so it's harder to hit hard.
Dawes in limited action in 2019. A lot of incredible. Here's a 2-2. Call for strike 3, and Dawes will go down looking. There's one away in the bottom of the third. Jackson Duffy coming to play.
Definitely, yeah, no, but great pitching there by Schultz there. Always nice to follow the home run with a strikeout, and for Schultz.
The 1-0 is hit into the right field. It's going to be a tough play for Beal, but he's going to settle under it. Once again, not going to collect an error just yet. 2 away in the bottom of the third. He's going to be able to track down so many balls in the outfield.
Definitely, yeah. It has a big presence over in center. And yeah, speaking of the Bates outfielders, Fallon also has a pretty big presence over in right. Last inning, or when Bay hit in the bottom of the first, he actually flew out to Fallon. So the Bates outfielders
To Brandon Bay early on. Schultz will deal. The 1-2.
And contrary to the last play, Beal didn't have to move a ton for that one. It was hit right to him. So nice, easy play for Beal there.
Some hard hit balls for the Jumbos, but the hardest one of all was a solo shot, a behemoth over to left field for Peter DiMaria to send the Jumbos up 5-0. We're headed to the top of the fourth.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like the Jumbos are liking their first half of the inning, as I was not able to finish once they record their an out.
It's going to be the top of the lineup for the Bates Bobcats. After each getting a look at the wicked arm of Michael Volgende. Going to get another shot.
Definitely. Yeah. The one base runner last inning was because of an error.
It's going to look for more of the same here in the fourth. And the strikeout is a very common occurrence here on the Tufts baseball team. Averaging, I think, around 12 strikeouts per 9 innings as a team. And Volgende is definitely adding to that total today.
Allowing him to average 9 for 9 innings. So, definitely, so Volgende definitely having a very strong year so far and continuing it so far today.
Tyler Attal will take ball 1. Attal in his last at-bat was one of the 3 Bates hitters that struck out in the first. And swings and misses on the second pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Michael Volgende getting ahead in the count early. Lined into right field for a base hit. With a runner on with no out, here comes Christian Beal.
Yeah, Christian Beal looking to cut into this Tufts lead here.
With another hit. 4th hit of the year. Beal will foul it back. And all the car owners in the parking lot breathe a sigh of relief. Making sure that Attal has no intention of going anywhere. Hangs it in there for strike 2.
Definitely. Yeah, Volgende seemed to have thrown his curve there. So definitely trying to go a little bit more towards the off speed, as he's been throwing the fastball a lot so far today.
Check swing.
Volgende probably looking to hit some of the edges of the zone here. You don't want to give him something too perfect, especially with a 1-2 count.
Try to potentially see some off speed here. Fastball, but it gets by Bowman, and that is going to lead to Attal sitting on second base.
Definitely, yeah. I guess Bowman for Attal.
And a decent effort to just keep the ball in front of him.
Yeah.
Volgende, one of the fastest pitchers that Tufts has. So.
Definitely, and a great effort by Bowman to keep the ball in front of him and also deflect it towards third to prevent Attal from getting extra bases.
Beal's going to fly it into left field. Jackson Duffy will settle under it, and it doesn't look like Attal's going to tag it going third. 1 away.
It seems like left field has been a pretty popular spot to the DiMaria and Dawes home runs for the Jumbos. And next up for the Bobcats is Henry Jamison.
Jamison in his last at-bat also struck.
So definitely a pretty good spot to, and even potentially have a sac fly or try and bunt it down the first base side to move the runner over.
Here's the 0-1. Bit down and out, evening up the count at 1. Got in 9 games in 2020.
Yeah, looking for the high risk, high reward batting strategy. And Voljende able to work that low inside corner for strike 2.
There's one away with the count 1 and 2. Voljende going to try to earn his 6th strikeout of the game.
Looks like it was a tad low for ball 2.
Tyler Rattal sitting on second base. Base hit will probably get him in, as the count is 2-2 with one away.
Definitely, especially with the power hitter behind the plate. You know, figure any base hit's going to go pretty deep.
Fouled out of play. This one.
Definitely, yeah. Good effort to stay in the at-bat. I believe his second foul tip so far this at-bat.
And another ball hit foul.
I can tell Jamison's starting to get a little frustrated as he feels like he's almost there. And a great effort to make contact.
Up and in for ball 3.
And Voljende in a little bit of a tough spot here because obviously you can't throw a ball or else you walk the runner, but Jamison also...
Henry Jamison's going to work a walk. Runners on first and second with Alex Ross coming to the plate.
The designated hitter number 20, Alex Ross.
Ross with the ground out to Peter DiMaria in his first at-bat. And this is the first tense situation that we've seen Voljende in this entire game.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I think this is the only time in the game that we've seen 2 runners on, and obviously means you have it running in scoring position. And I believe only 1 out still, too.
Yeah.
So definitely a little bit of a tough spot for the Tufts Jumbos.
Pick off to second. The 1-0. Lined into right field. Brandon Bay will settle under it. But there's a tag coming in from Avila. Looks like he stepped off a little early, so he's going to manage to stay at second base. 2 away.
Definitely, yeah. That calls the third out of the inning.
And with 2 away, here comes Drew Fallon.
The right fielder number 7, Drew Fallon.
Fallon grounded out in his last at-bat.
It seems like these Bobcats hitters might be starting to figure out Voljende here. I mean, through the first 2 innings, Voljende was had 4 strikeouts, pitching pretty well, but it seems like they're going to be getting a lot of foul tips, forcing them to paint the edges of the strike zone. Seems like you're having longer at bats too, which might start to wear them out a little bit quicker.
It's Attal on second, Jamison on first. Called strike. And Voljende's in a good situation, good position to take Tufts out of this 4th inning. Check swing is grounded to short. Bazel's going to make the quick out at second, and that's going to be the inning.
Definitely, and a great play by Bozzella there just to make the easy force out at second.
So 1 hit allowed there for Volgende, but still keeps the Bobcats scoreless.
Excuse me, to get out of the inning. Got himself into a little bit of a pickle with 2 runners there, but good effort to close out the inning. Appears we have a pitching change for the Bobcats. I believe Noah Timmer is coming in to relieve Schmidt.
His first appearance this year.
Will Burgess leading us off here. Second baseman for the Jumbos, and again, one of our seniors. In his last at-bat, which was all the way back in the first inning, he had a ground. An off-speed pitch, and it might come back down a tiny bit, but I think it was the fastball and stayed high for a ball.
Making his first appearance once again.
Yeah, no, at his last at-bat, Connor Bowman flew out to Fallon.
Burgess has a stolen base in 2019. First pitch is a strike to Bowman. A lot of PT with Bowman, Sowell, and Nune. The ball gets through on a pickup.
Definitely, and a great effort by Burgess there, especially on the ball in the dirt. You're maybe probably looking to steal rather than go back to first.
Bit of an unorthodox release there in the stretch for Ryan Timmer.
Definitely, yeah, definitely unorthodox, but so far seems like it's
into the dirt, and off goes Burgess. The play at second will not be in time.
A good reaction to get a good lead.
Yep, saw the ball in the dirt. Nowak was not able to convert. And another walk is worked. 2 straight walks.
Timmer right now is Bozzella hit a double during his last at bat, especially with 2 runners on. You know, double could lead to 2 RBIs for Bozzella.
No outs. He's gonna hang the breaking ball in for strike 1.
Yeah, man, a great off-speed pitch right there to get strike 1. And goes back to the breaking ball for strike 2. Definitely interesting to go for the off-speed 2 times in a row.
Down in the zone, not gonna get called. Ball 1. Taken upstairs for ball 2. Two. No way. One run will score.
Bozzella looking like he was thinking about going to second, but appears to have tripped over first base there.
And that's likely going to be an E5 for Jamison. Out on the play. So now Miles Reed is up with 1 away with runners on first and third. Score still being 5-0. The pitch to Reed.
Ball is hit
Slide up in
deep.
the right center field. Beal's going to go back, but it's over again. The third dinger of the day. An offensive showcase so far for Tufts.
The third baseman, number 7, Kyle Ortiz.
Definitely, I know. Great play for Reed. Again, seemingly favoring that left field side, but I guess not too surprising considering this all, or I guess the right-handed Reed.
Kyle Ortiz.
In his previous 2 at-bats, Cortez reached first base on a walk in the first inning and flew out to left field in the second inning.
Pitch is down. And Cortez works a quick walk. Second of the day. It's walk number 3 for Noah Timmer. That bad.
Yeah, Peter DiMaria, offensive showing, as you said. Homer, single solo homer to left. In his last at-bat and his first at-bat was hit by a pitch to get to first.
One away. DiMaria will take one up.
DiMaria looking to add to this jumbo lead.
The 1-0. It gets past the catcher. Nowak will not be able to stop it, and that's Cortez sitting on second base.
Yeah, and only one out here so far in this inning, so definitely a prime position for Peter DiMaria, especially with a runner in scoring position.
And it doesn't really look like Timmer wants to give DiMaria a good pitch. Now sitting at a 3-0 count.
Definitely, and I guess
we'll take the 3-0 for strike 1.
Yeah, Timmer again needs to find the zone here.
Flown deep into left. Atal is going to settle under it potentially. Looks like he actually misjudged the ball in front of him by about 10 feet. And DiMaria is going to stand on second base with Cortez moving to third.
Definitely, the ball was hit high with a lot of spin on it, especially considering it's a nice sunny day here in Medford. Wind might have, probably held it up a little bit, considering how high that ball was hit, and might have lost that one.
On the freshman Noah Timmer.
Definitely, yeah, no, but great play by DiMaria there. I guess so little lucky there, considering that Itar was not able to make the play, which I was kind of prevented Cortez from coming all.
But there is action in the Bobcat bullpen right now. Ryan Dawes is up to bat. Going to try to continue his hot streak.
Struck out last inning, so 2 wildly different at-bats so far in this afternoon's game.
Taken upstairs for ball 2. It's Cortez at third. Nowak, but another 3-0 count here. Timmer's trying to work around the meat of the jumbo lineup.
This is the powerful jumbo offense that took place this inning.
Grounded to third, just fair. It's going to be Jamison thrown over to first to pick up the second out. But in to score is Kyle Cortez, and the lead is now 9-0. Here comes Jackson Duffy.
The left fielder, number 27, Jackson Duffy.
And he takes one to the back of the head. Jackson Duffy with a hit by pitch.
Definitely, and that marks Duffy's the first time he will reach.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the 9th batter of the inning for the Jumbos. Brandon Bay going to step up to the plate.
Definitely, yeah. This is the Bates. Timmy got to see the entirety of the Jumbos lineup in his first inning on the mound.
Bay takes a strike. And Timmer's in a good position to end the inning here.
Definitely, yeah. Bay has 2 flyouts to Fallon in his first at-bat, and then Beal in his most recent at-bat. So Timmer looking to get another flyout to end the inning.
Pop foul. Out of play. Into the batting cage. DeMarie on second. Duffy at first. 2 away. 0-2 count to Brandon Bay.
Bay also looking to reach base for the first time this afternoon.
Noah Timmer going to try to escape the inning. The 2-2 is fouled back.
But yeah, no, great effort by Bay to stay in this at-bat. Has a couple foul tips. And even on that last one, just got like a little bit too far under it.
2-2. 2 on. Check swing, but he did not go. The count is now full for Brandon Bay.
Definitely, I know, good take there. Top part of the zone, so maybe could have gone either way, but went for ball 3.
The runners will go in this situation. And with the runners going early, it's going to be 2 coming in for the Jumbos. A 2-run double for Brandon Bay, as it's now 11-0 Tufts.
Yeah, that is Brandon Bay's first hit and first time reaching base so far this afternoon. And now back up for the
around the lineup and are now back to where they started this inning. Burgess worked a walk earlier. We'll try to get on base again.
Definitely, yeah. And as you said, Burgess was able to work a walk and ultimately came around to score.
1-0 count, 2 away. Really embodies what this team represents here. Always making the right play, super gritty. And now sitting here for the second time at bat. Line into right field. Fallon is not going to collect it, and that is going to be another run coming in. As it looks like he's going to go for 2.
And gets it, too. Again, that is Burgess's first hit of this afternoon's game, giving him an RBI.
The catcher, number 20, Connor Bowman.
Caught bat.
Here's the pitch from Timmer. Upstairs, even in the count to 1-1. Anybody to collect it, and allowing enough time for Burgess to come around to second.
Definitely. Another shot in the left.
Looks like Atal's going to settle under it. Pick up, finally, the final out of this bottom of the 4th inning, but another massive one for the Tufts Jumbos, picking up so many runs. Now,
really putting it on display so far this afternoon, excuse me.
Yeah, it's truly been an offensive showcase so far for Tufts, showing what these bats can do 1 through 9. As we head into the 5th, it's going to be Tufts with a double-digit lead.
And Volgenda appears to still be on the mound for the Jumbos.
It's been a while since we've seen the Bobcats up to bat. But it's going to be Laughlin, Avila, and Nowak due up in the 5th inning, as Voljende will try to get his 5th inning of work in.
Definitely, and so far through 4, Voljende has 5 strikeouts, a walk, and 1 hit, and still has yet to give up a run. So definitely.
Voljende had the most appearances as a pitcher for the Jumbos in 2019, mostly as a reliever, pitching 22 innings in 18 games played, and was very strong in that regard too. 2.86 ERA, 3-1 record, 20 strikeouts, and he
Hitting off the baits in the top of the 5th inning with first baseman number 13, Noah Laughlin.
We're here in the top of the 5th. Noah Laughlin will come up to bat to face Voljende for the 2nd time this game. Quick 2 strikes to start off the inning for Michael Voljende.
Definitely, yeah, I guess had a lot of time to rest since his last pitch.
And he wants to get back into the dugout, it seems. 3 straight strikes leads to a strike.
Placed them perfectly. Just 3 good quality pitches there.
Zach Avila up to the plate. Avila in his last at-bat reached on that error. Fly ball into center field. Bozzella and Reed ended up colliding, with Avila ending up on first base.
Wants to try and get back in the dugout as quickly as possible to let his offense add to their already extensive lead.
The 2-0. Sorry.
Yeah, I believe, was that so I guess 7 of those runs?
Yeah, something like that.
We're last inning, so definitely
A 7-run 4th.
not too bad for the Jumbos.
Count is 3-1. Voljende will force a pop-up to get back into play. We got a full count with 1 away. Zach Avila working Michael Voljende. Line into center field, a base hit. Zach Avila.
This afternoon. And with the error, the 2 hits, and I believe Voljende had a walk.
Yeah.
That is the only fourth batter to reach base for the Bobcats.
And it seems keep the runner honest at first base.
Definitely, yeah. He's done so well at keeping runners from getting to first base. Definitely wants to try and keep them there instead of letting them steal and get over to second.
John Nowak once again back at the plate. The count is 0-227 average, but had 5 hits, 2 home runs, and 6 RBIs. Can definitely hit for power here.
Definitely, yeah, and especially with a runner on first and still yet to put a run on the board, the Bobcats are in desperate need of some runs to get a late game rally.
In case they get a ball up the middle. Here's the pitch. Check swing, did he go? Doesn't look like he did, so ball 2.
But a good effort by Bowman there to keep the ball in front of him and prevent Avila from getting to second base.
Pitch down, does not get the call there.
Yeah, Coach Casey visibly upset, but genuinely believes that he should have gotten the 3rd strike there. As Voljende is big on keeping the base runners honest once they reach first.
3-2 to Nowak. Grounded to third. Cortez, can they turn it? Burgess will just collect the force at second. And there's 2 away in the top of the 5th.
extra bases, and then great play by Burgess there to pick up the out at second.
So now with 2 away and a runner on first, Kevin Lucy will try to keep the Bobcats alive in the top of the 5th. Popped out of Bowman's glove, but still called for strike 1.
Yeah.
Foul back. Good spot from Boljende. It's Kevin Lucy. Struck out in his last at-bat. Gonna try to avoid that here.
Definitely not looking to move up.
The count is even at 2-2.
Definitely, yeah. Bowman tried to shift up a little bit and try and frame it to bring it in the zone, but just barely missed.
Another pitch that looks very, very nice.
As both of those, each of the last 2 pitches could have easily gone either way.
3-2 to Lucy. Avila will go. And it's going to be called for ball 4. So a bunch of nice pitches thrown there by Michael Boljende, but none of them ended up reaching the strike zone. Means that we'll head to the top of the lineup with 2 on.
JumboCast.
Atal had a single in his last at-bat. That was not too long ago, back in the 4th inning. Tufts trying to get out of the 5th without giving up a run. Swing and a miss on a ball upstairs.
Boljende, before we threw that last pitch, look back at Avila again, trying to keep him honest there.
Pitch is lined into right field. It's going to be a base hit. Bay's going to collect it, but rounding third is going to be Avila, and it's going to be a 1-run score for the Bates Bobcats, getting onto the board with the RBI single from Tyler Tall.
I'll give Avila a little bit more time to get around and score, marking the first earned run that Boljende has given up and the first run scored for the Bobcats as well.
And a bit of offensive momentum potentially available for the Bobcats here. Here comes Christian Beal, one of the top hitters for Bates.
Definitely, yeah, and again with, for the Bobcats.
That was the second hit of the game for Atal. Beal sitting at 0-2, going to try to get another hit here in this game. Pitches in the dirt. It's Avila at third. Sorry, it's Nowak at third. Lucy at third, my apologies. And
some desperately needed late game offensive momentum here for the Bobcats.
the 2-0. Just outside, so 3-0 count to Christian Beal.
Good game going so far, and looking to get out of this to prevent any further damage.
Called strike in the outside corner.
And Boljende definitely doing a pretty good job of just varying locations on his fastballs.
Lucy. It's an RBI coming in from Christian Beal. He'll take it. And the lead is now 10.
And after that RBI, Coach Casey goes out to the mound.
4 2/3 innings worked so far for Michael Boljende with 6 strikeouts. Two runs. And Casey just checking in on his ace. Making sure he can close out this 5th.
especially with a force out at first, second, and third. Definitely, an big opportunity to get the last out of the inning here.
Here's Henry Jamison.
Ball hit deep into left center field.
Reed's going to settle under it. And that is the end of the top of the fifth. But 2 runs scored by the Bates Bobcats.
Definitely.
Lead is still double digits, but it's 12-2, headed into the bottom of the fifth.
Definitely. A good effort by Bates there to finally put some runs on the board and have it answer to that 7-run jumbo bottom of the fourth.
We hope you're enjoying in Game 1. We'll have Game 2 coverage immediately following Game 1 right here on the JumboCast YouTube channel. Make sure to follow us on all of our social media platforms to make sure that you never miss a single game of Tufts action. As you know, this season, not a lot of games going on, so I want to make sure you catch all of them.
Definitely, yeah. Seems like there's also been some scheduling regular Tufts sports updates.
We're heading to the bottom of the fifth. This looks like a new pitcher is on the mound for Bates.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Bates College, number 35, Corbin McAlpine.
Corbin McAlpine, the freshman righty, 6 foot, out of Boxborough, Massachusetts, the Bobcats. As McAlpine will try to hold the jumbos here in the bottom of the fifth. It'll be 9-1-2 to start off the fifth for the Tufts. Tufts going to try to add to their double-digit lead here in the fifth.
Definitely. I know Bozzella has had a pretty strong outing following his Player of the Week honors last week with a double and hit into a fielder's choice to...
McAlpine will deal. Still going to miss. Bozzella wanted to take that one far.
Definitely. Yeah, no, definitely made a good swing at that one, looking to get his second extra base hit of this afternoon's game.
The 1-1. Catches him on the back. And back to the top of the lineup we go. Miles Reed, after a nice home run to start the rally for the Tufts Jumbos in the last inning. We'll try again here. Ball inside.
Hit Bozzella there, and nice force Reed to move out of the way a little bit on that last one.
The junior Reed in 2019 as a freshman. Played only 14 games, 1 for 13 in those 14 games. And so the transformation between those 2 years has been incredible.
Definitely, yeah.
The count is 1-0 to Reed. Bozzella sitting at first base. Does have the speed to potentially steal if the pitch comes. On again! Lightning strikes twice for Miles Reed as he hits his second homer of the day. Miles Reed once again with a 2-run blast, sending the Tufts University Jumbos back up by 12. What a shot.
What a shot. And that ball was hit deep, home run spread out between these Jumbos. I know that ball was hit deep.
And Christian Beal is a great defender, but can't really make the play on that one.
No, Beal definitely made a good effort, but looks like he went up on the wall and it was just out of reach of his glove.
Another great showing by Miles Reed.
Yeah, Cortez has a flyout and 2 walks, so has been to first base, but has yet to record a hit.
Cortez has had a lot of power to start the season off, but hasn't been the most consistent this season, which is something that was not super expected from a lot.
Definitely, yeah. It looks like he has a pretty good windup and looking to, hit the ball hard, when he finds the one.
14-2 in the bottom of the fifth. Here's a 3-1 to Cortez. Grounded just fell.
Still hit, pretty good considering how, little of the ball he made contact with.
Cortez, the 2019 NESCAC Player of the Year. Going to try to go for a repeat here in 2021. Looped into the shortstop, and Lucy will pick it up. Nice little line out there.
Ton of power off that one, and just kind of fell, into the glove for the first out of the inning.
Peter DiMaria, once again up to bat.
Peter DiMaria coming off of a double.
Pitch is in the dirt for ball one. Count is 1-1.
Definitely. Yeah, Peter DiMaria has reached base in all 3 of his at-bats so far this afternoon's game.
Looks like he's more comfortable from that spot.
Definitely.
The 1-1. It's called a strike.
Yeah, the pitch looked like a little bit too far inside. Made DiMaria
out here.
a quick time call.
Upstairs.
And Peter DiMaria continues his streak of being on base for all 4 of his at-bats, although only 2 of those were hits.
Another hot bat for the Jumbos. Makes his way to the plate. Ryan Dawes. DiMaria, not the biggest threat on the base paths. Did not have a steal in his freshman year. McAlpine on the mound. Breaking ball, call for a strike.
DiMaria looking pretty aggressive, to play pretty aggressive on the base paths.
Dawes will take one up and in. Every time a ball gets fouled back there, I flinch a little bit. Just making sure that it doesn't end up hitting any cars. It's a bit of a landmine out there in the parking lot.
Definitely. I guess a little bit more empty, unfortunately, than it normally is.
Yeah.
Especially considering like the beautiful weather that we're having right now.
Second out of the game. Of the inning. Sorry, not the game. For Corbin McAlpine. Here comes Jackson Duffy.
Duffy, I believe, was hit by a pitch during his last at-bat in the 4th inning.
Pitches in the dirt. DiMaria will not go. As Nowak. See the velocity from McAlpine is certainly there.
Definitely, yeah. Maybe struggling to find his spots a little bit, and another high inside pitch. Yeah, but definitely.
McAlpine will step off. 2-0, 2 out. And Duffy takes a strike.
Yeah, Duffy has yet to record a hit this afternoon, so looking to put his first hit on the board and move Di Maria over a little bit.
The 3-1 is called for a strike. First base. Here's the payoff. Upstairs. And that is Duffy working a walk. 2 on, 2 out for Brandon Bay.
Yeah, big.
McAlpine struggling to find that strike zone with a hit by pitch and a walk in his last 2 at-bats.
Definitely, yeah, looking to just end the inning and prevent the Jumbos from scoring anymore.
DeMarie on second, Duffy on first. 2 away here with a 1-1 count to Brandon Bay. Ball gets past Nowak, and the runners are off. DeMarie will stop at third, Duffy at second, and 2 runners now in scoring position. Here's a 2-1. Down for ball 3. As did Bay. Three 1. Count is full again.
Yeah, another foul back behind the plate.
Full count, 2 outs, 2 on. McAlpine to Bay. Foul tip, but it's caught by Nowak, and that is the end of the 5th. The Jumbos end the 5th inning with 2 runners on scoring position, but a 2-run shot.
Hold the Bates Bobcats here and close out this game.
Scheduled an SCAC East doubleheader for the Tufts University Jumbos, 14 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, 4 runners left on base.
And it looks like that 5th inning was the end for Michael Volgende. 5 innings, 6 strikeouts, 2 runs given up.
And replacing Volgende is the freshman pitcher, Silas Reed.
Reed coming off of a very good weekend in Colby. Has 7 strikeouts in 3 innings pitched, I believe. Strikeouts an inning so far. Reed will try to add to that total here, as the Jumbos will try to close it out in the next 2 innings.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And I believe it's only a 7-inning game due to COVID.
They're going to have to start hitting right now.
Definitely. I bet it's going to need a late game rally. They were able to put a few runs on the board last inning. Looking to do the same here.
Here in the top of the 6th, Andrew Howe and Zach Eskenazi bringing you coverage of Tufts versus Bates. Up to bat is Alex Ross. Here's the pitch from Reed. Foul back. The DH, Alex Ross, sitting at 0 for 2. Grounded out to first in his first at-bat. In the second, flew 2-1 from Reed. Flown back into right. Back goes Bay. Looks like he's going to settle under it. And the first out of the 6 is recorded for Tufts.
Definitely, yeah. No, I guess you kind of called the shot a little bit there, talking about how he liked that right side of the field, and ultimately flew out to the right fielder.
So 0 for 2. 2 groundouts. The second inning had a ground at the second and a fielder's choice to end the fourth. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, and Fallon goes down on strikes. Strikeout number 8 on the season for Silas Reed. A pinch hitter, is going to come in here for Laughlin.
Your attention, please, and now pinch hitting for base coach number 19, Robert Bello.
Getting his first action here this season. And it seems like Bates is just looking for any signs of life here.
Definitely, yeah. I was just trying to, try new things, put, new people in the game who haven't seen Reed yet, but
The 1-0. The 1-1 from Reed. Swing and a miss. And Curbelo now down in the count. The 1-2 is a swing and a miss. And Silas Reed continues his strikeout streak with 2 in the sixth inning.
definitely, yeah, no, great pitching there. It was responsible for 2 of the outs.
The Jumbos, with their potential final at-bats in this game, will look to add to their lead in the bottom of the 6th.
Definitely, yeah, no, the Bobcats are going to need a big top of the 7th to extend this game.
Yep.
Otherwise, these could be the final 2 half innings at-bats for each side.
Finish off the game.
And are set to have second baseman and senior Will Burgess lead us off for the bottom of the 6th inning. Burgess.
Stay on the JumboCast YouTube channel for Game 2 coverage right after this. We've got Lucas and Scott on the call. Going to bring you another, hopefully exciting game of baseball between the Tufts Jumbos and the Bates Bobcats.
Defensive changes for Bates College as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. The new second baseman is number 3, Henry Pratt. The new first baseman is number 28, Brian Gotti. And now leading off for the Jumbos in the bottom of the 6th inning, the second baseman, number 5, Wilbur.
Heading to the bottom of the 6th. Some defensive changes for the Bobcats. Henry Pratt is at second base, replacing Avila. And replacing Laughlin at first, after the pinch hit from Curbelo, is Gotti. It's 2-0 in the bottom of the 6th, no outs. Burgess up to bat. Take strike 1. Burgess with a foul tip for strike 2. Due up in the 7th for Bates is Pratt, Nowak, and Lucy. 2-2 to Burgess. Two again. McAlpine will step off. And Burgess works the count to full.
Burgess coming off of a double for his last at bat.
Line straight to the.
Bates College second baseman is number 23, Colin Coyne. Now batting for the Jumbos, the catcher number 20, Connor Bowman.
So a bit of miscommunication on the defensive replacement. It'll be Colin Coyne at second base. Connor Bowman rips.
Had 2 flyouts and they walked previously. And next up to bat is Nate Bozzella, who has a double, reach base on a fielder's choice, and then was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. 5th inning, excuse me.
One out here in the bottom of the 6th. McAlpine will deal.
Got him with strike 2.
And Bozzella's quickly down in the count. Third, just off the glove of Jamison. A tough play from the Bates third baseman, and that's going to let Nate Bozzella get onto base at first with 1 away. And Zach with 2 runners on. Who better to come up than Miles Reed?
Definitely, yeah. The Miles Reed has a single, a flyout.
First pitch is a strike to Reed. McAlpine seems to be finding the zone a little bit easier here after a bit of a shaky 5th inning.
Definitely, yeah, and I guess it definitely seems like the type of thing where once you first get on, a little bit of nerves, but then as you start pitching, throwing some good.
14 runs and 11 hits for the Jumbos this game. Here's the 1-1. Down in the dirt. Nice block coming out from Nowak to prevent the runners from advancing. Bozzella at first. Reed at the plate. 2-1, 1 away. Another shot down the right field line, foul.
It's barely went foul. I mean, looked like it was going to be another blast in the right field. It's perfectly positioned. Probably would have been a double, maybe, a triple.
1 away here in the bottom of the 6th. 2-2 count to Miles Reed. Down to the dirt, it gets up in the air. Nowak looked around for it a little bit and then realized he was right in front of him. Bowman will not attempt to go on that play.
Definitely, yeah, Bowman definitely.
Reed. Can he do it again? Popped up to right field. Fallon will get under it. And no tags coming out from the runners. Just misses it for Miles Reed.
It was just a little bit off. Still hit it a good ways in the right. And made Fallon work for it.
Yep, nice play coming out from Drew Fallon in right field. And with 2 on and 2 out, here's Kyle Cortez. Cortez takes the ball in the dirt.
Cortez coming.
Strike one. Here's the 1-1. High ball. It went far, but not far enough for Cortez, and that's the end of the 6th inning.
Yeah, now this routine pop-up for Ital. Looks like he might have got like a little bit confused by the sun there, but was able to make the play and come down with it.
So it's still a 12-run lead for the Tufts Jumbos. We're headed into the last inning of play. We'll see if the Bobcats can pull up.
Definitely, the Bobcats are going to need a miracle here to come back and extend this game.
And in for Tufts is a new pitcher, Justin Wells,
Your attention, please, now pitching for the Tufts.
Massachusetts. Has not made an appearance so far. So up to bat will be Coyne. Wells a lefty.
Handers, so maybe that was the missing link for the Bobcats offense, is the need of a left-handed pitcher.
We'll see if that's the case. 12 runs are needed to keep Bates alive. It's a tall task. Coming to bat for the Bates Bobcats is Colin Coyne, making his first appearance. A senior for the Bobcats, one of the team captains here, getting his first action of the day.
Yeah, looking to start off this Bates rally.
Leading off for Bates at the top of the 7th inning, the second baseman, number 23, Colin Coyne.
Wells will issue the first pitch for a strike. Ground to second. Burgess is there. Will make the throw to DiMaria, and there's one away.
Definitely, I know, routine ground out, and now 2 outs away from closing out the first game of this doubleheader.
Now it's John Nowak's turn. Ball outside by Wells. Count 2-0.
And that last one looked like to be a touch outside. So Wells looking to bring it slowly closer back to the plate.
And with a get to the top of the lineup, where you got Tyler Attal, who has 2 base hits on the day. Just try to, one step at a time.
Definitely, yeah, but like almost equally as important to try and get runners on base for that top of the lineup to drive in more runs if they have extra base hits.
As Lucy comes up to the plate, looks like a pinch runner will come in for the Bates Bobcats. Smino, the freshman out of Scarborough. Whilst the lefty has a much easier time throwing over to first base and checking the runner.
Definitely, yeah, it'll be easier to keep the runners honest, as I would expect Bates to.
Swing and a miss. Trying to end the game here for the Jumbos. Lined up into left. Quick work for Duffy. And the Bobcats are down to their final. Well, Zach, we're back to the top of the lineup, but it doesn't look like they have much to work with here.
Definitely, yeah. 2 outs. Need to pick up 12 runs to send it into extras. Was out of his range. Kind of in no man's land in foul territory over there.
Tyler Rattal has been very hot for the Bobcats. 5 hits in 3 games. Looking to make it 6. The 0-1. The middle infielders will end the game for the Tufts Jumbos. A 14-2 victory over Bates in Game 1 of this doubleheader.
And make sure to stay tuned for Game 3 of this doubleheader here on JumboCast. Should be equally as exciting as this first game.
Miles Reed. A great performance from them here. We'll see if they can keep it up in Game 2. With that, I'm Andrew Howe, joined here by Zach Eskenazi. We'll say so long for now. So make sure to stay tuned here on JumboCast for Game 2.
Hello and welcome to Huskins Field here for the second game of this doubleheader between the Tufts University Jumbos and the Bates Bobcats. Tufts winning that first game with a big win, 14-2. I'm Lucas Pyle, alongside me, Scott Blatt. But before we start this game, we just want to show a quick video here. It's senior day for the Tufts baseball team, so a quick video from our seniors on the Tufts baseball team.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to say thank you for all you guys have done for me over the years. I'm super appreciative of all the early mornings, long nights, and long drives we've had, and I couldn't be more appreciative of that looking back at my 4 years of college now. So I just wanted to say I love you guys.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to come to Tufts and meet all these incredible guys. The experience here has been unbelievable. Thank you guys for your endless sacrifices you've made my entire life. You guys are truly my role models. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Hey, Mom and Dad. Thank you so much for all the countless hours, all the time that you've spent giving me the possibility to come and play this game that I love every single day here at Tufts. Thank you for the commitment that you've made for me and the ability to come back here and play another year with my brothers.
Mom and Dad, thank you so much for all your time over the years, all the time we spent outside playing baseball, learning to hit and throw. I wouldn't be here without you. Love you. Thank you.
Hi, Mom and Dad. Thank you so much for everything you've ever done for me. I can't thank you enough, and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to play baseball here. Love you guys so much.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to attend Tufts University.
And we are underway here at Huskins Field. First pitch of this second game. About to go. Mayer starts off with a strike. So strong start here for Mayer, who had a solid outing in his last game last weekend against Colby Scott. We were commentating that game, and we both thought he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think his biggest issue that we heard Coach Casey mention at the time, and looking back that we see, was his control. He was a little wild, especially when you compare it to his dominant first outing. He kind of battled his way. It'll be interesting to see how he's made adjustments since.
And that pitch, swing and a miss. Strike two, so 1-2 the count.
Yeah, and that'll definitely work as far as adjustments when you just blow it by him.
Swing and a miss, strike three. So Mayer starts off with a K.
Yeah, I mean, he looked real good out there. I mean, four pitches, 3 strikes, a couple swinging strikes in there. That's a confidence boost. If you remember correctly, last time around, I believe he gave up base runner in the first inning and kind of struggled with his control from that point on. But that's where he likes to live. Remember that low pitch, we saw it in the first week, we saw it last week when he was able to hit his spots. Knees are where he likes to live as far as location.
Got strike two.
Great pitch, great pitch. I mean, you saw up there, Beal was guessing, he had no idea, he was checking his swing, and with all that said, it's still a called strike.
That one missing its target, but he's still in a good position in this at-bat, 1-2 the count versus Beal.
0-2, you're okay with that miss, just trying to see if you can chase it, not throwing anything too appetizing, then you set him up the 1-2 pitch here.
And that one comfortable out there. Catch made there by Fleischer, who there was a lineup change. He's moved over to shortstop. Initially, we thought he was going to be playing second base, but he makes the easy out there for out number 2 of the inning. As it brings up Henry Jameson for the Bobcats. Jameson coming in today batting .250. Another strike. He is hitting his mark.
That's what we saw in the first week out where he really dominated, giving up only 2 hits in, I believe, 5 innings. He was able to hit his spots on that outside corner, lowered, like right there. That's a good miss. That's a good miss. It might have been a little low, might have been a little that way. Either outside, either way, it's still a good miss. He's showing that he can hit his spots. It's in the batter's mind now. There you go. Look at that
strike.
Look at that spot. I mean, that's truly, you can see that consistent theme every game he's pitched. Game 1 he hit it. Game 2 less so. Off to a good start here.
Oof. Nearly took out the head of one of his teammates there. That one fouled over.
He cranked that one. I mean, that went inside the dugout, and that was rocketed off the back. Good to see that no one got hit. It actually hit the inside, the roof of the dugout inside, and then bounced around in there. Solid piece of contact.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And Cameron Mayer off to a really strong start to this game with 2 strikeouts in that top of the first.
Dominant. He was really dominant. The one piece of contact we saw going to fair territory was this weak little line drive straight at the shortstop. I mean, he looked dominant out there. He's in control of his stuff. Unbelievable start for the Jumbos and for Cameron Mayer.
And so up to plate now for the Jumbos. 1, 2, 3. Reed, Evans, DeMaria to start us off. Tufts offense was productive again in that game 1, scoring 14 runs, and they'll hope for something similar here in game 2.
And it was Miles Reed who was doing most of the damage. I mean, we saw him way back when in the first game he played here. He had the first home run, first run for the Jumbos on the season. And last game, he had in fact 2 home runs, in the 4th and the 5th inning. He really, of course, with the rest of the Jumbos included, showed a lot of power out there. It's really impressive. And on the other side, we'll be seeing, for the starting pitcher, Tolis out there, number 31. Of course, important to keep in mind for Bates, of course, no one has played a significant number of games at this point in the season. They've played even less so. This is as far as we know, their first real games, I believe, since the end of March, so almost an entire month off. So it's basically like restarting the season at this point. You kind of saw that rust in the first game, some defensive miscues, mental errors, pitchers a little rough around the edges. Maybe if you're Bates, you're hoping, hey, 1 game in the books, now we can really get going.
And you really can't lose your concentration against this Tufts team, especially Tufts on the offensive side of things. You know, they love to keep themselves in the counts and their at-bats, get a lot of runs, of just getting good contact on pitches, singles, as we were talking about last time we were doing a game together. Also getting a lot of runs as well on walks and runners coming home on those situations.
Yeah, we saw another theme of that in the first game, especially started it off. I mean, like the Jumbos really scored their runs with power, but the way that they got base runners on, especially early on the first couple innings, were walks, were these singles, were just good, solid pieces of contact, being patient up there. Things you really want to see because it sets you up for massive game-changing hits like we saw with just the number of key home runs by Miles Reed, Peter DeMaria as well. Drove that offense, of course, and final score reflected that. We'll see if they can get off to another good start here. Of course, the grand slam really helped in that first inning last time around.
And Miles Reed up to the plate for the Bows. Tufts bench, very excited about his at-bat here. First pitch called strike. He was showing a little bit for a bunt there.
Yeah, trying to. I mean, look if you can see the third baseman's pretty far back. He's behind third base. The first baseman's even further back. So a well-placed bunt could do some damage. So at least he's trying to get in their minds.
That one high for ball 1.
Looks
so
like
1-1 the count.
And looks like that's the off speed we're going to see featured today. And that was hanging. That didn't do too much. Obviously, if you're going to throw that curveball or whatever it is, that speed needs to be a little lower.
Oof, that one thrown hard, low, but called ball, so 2-1 the count.
Something else to keep in mind, we saw a couple, and it didn't necessarily get reflected at the end of the day as far as errors, but a couple defensive miscues, wild pitches, pass balls that we lost track of in the outfield on the Bates side. They need to clean that up if they want to have a chance in this game.
That one driven hard into right center, and it drops in. He's going to push for 2, and he will get in a big double to start here in the bottom of the first from Miles Reed.
That's just outstanding base running. Look, it wasn't the hardest piece of contact. But what helped there was, of course, diving over in right field, allowed the ball to get a little deeper out there. And if you were able to see the throw from the center field, it wasn't the strongest throw. Reed knew what he wanted to do from the beginning. He turned on the jets. He's really fast out there, and just a great, smart piece of hitting. And all of a sudden, you have a runner in scoring position, no one out.
Here we go. Evans with a runner on second against Tolis. Fast pitch coming in for strike one.
Something to keep an eye out of there is on the mound for Tolis. He actually does not change his windup regardless if there's a runner on base. He kind of operates from this stretch, which of course can lead to a lot of consistency for a pitcher. But you also might forego some of the benefits of going from the windup with no runners on.
It's big swing and a miss for strike two for the right fielder Evans.
And he was able to rev back there. I mean, they looked pretty fast going on in. So he's definitely got some speed on that fastball, which of course can really help when you're down 0-2 in a count, looking to maybe catch him off with some off speed out and away, low and inside.
Evans has been hitting the ball pretty well this season, but he's down in the count. Did he go? No, he did not.
I don't know if they checked. Yeah, I think he went. Yeah. Yeah, it looked like he went from our at least from my vantage point. It was pretty close. I was surprised there was not really more of a kind of just a weird play all around because, of course, the ball in the dirt, first base vacant. Evans has the opportunity to run to first. He didn't do so. The catcher didn't really make any motion, at least emphatically to check. It seemed like it was mostly the umpire at home checking. So it's kind of a weird play overall. Little first inning jitters.
Peter DeMaria, the first baseman, up to the plate. Runner in scoring position. Watches that one go in for ball one.
Starting him off with the off speed, looked like a curveball there. Trying to set the stage. Obviously, when you have a power hitter like DeMaria coming off a great first game, got on base a few times, hit a home run. You can't always throw just straight fastballs because one of them he could turn on. You got to mix it up with the speeds.
Big swing and a miss there. That's going to be a strike one, so 1-1 the count. Tolis definitely able to pack the heat when he wants to.
Yeah, and it looks like he's throwing at least a little bit faster than some of the pitchers Tufts saw in the first game. Hence why it seems like they're a little far behind, unable to catch up. Can take a few pitches to be able to catch up, read the speeds.
That one called strike two. And he almost seems to be alternating one pitch fast, next one a bit slower, then goes fast.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to catch them guessing. Obviously, Tufts is a very potent offense, and one way you can keep them off guard, of course, and at least limit the damage and try to get them to be off on their contact is by mixing up speeds consistently.
Just keeping Reed honest there at second base.
Yeah, you see some motion by the middle infielders, but no real attempt. It doesn't seem like they're legitimately trying to pick him off. Like you said, just trying to keep him close so that he can't necessarily advance to home on any type of contact.
Oof. And I think there was a foul tip there. Hard hit there for the umpire.
Yeah, it looked like it hit the umpire. He seems to be okay, thankfully, kind of taking his time as he rightfully can. But sounded like it went right off the chest protector. Of course, good thing they wear that, and hopefully it looks like he's no worse for the wear, but catcher doing the right thing, trying to give the umpire a little more time.
We're just seeing a quick conversation there between catcher Jankowski and his pitcher Tolis as they try and get this big second out.
Looks like actually a piece of the umpire's protective equipment might have broken off there, kind of tossed something over to the Jumbo's bench right there.
Watches that one go low. Barely reached home plate there. It's 2-2 the count.
It's a good leave after, of course, a couple of good fastballs there. Like you said, tries to make it off with the off speed, obviously. Starting in the zone, going low, those are tough to lay off. So good job by DeMaria working the count.
Two pitch. It's fouled back. and rolls comfortably away from the cars there. So the first foul ball of the game, where maybe some people who parked here were a little concerned.
For
But
those keeping track at home, no car impacts, at least on the direct in the air from game 1. So safe for now.
DiMaria staying in this at bat, but no longer. Strike 3 called again. Got away from Jankowski, and again the Tufts batter wasn't really trying to go for first.
Yeah, I don't think you can really blame DiMaria there, because frankly that's a pitch that needs to be caught in the air. Luckily for Bates, no worse for the wearer because of it. It's a good pitch. You could see that velocity is there, high and away. That's a tough pitch for those power hitters looking to drive the ball. Really tempting. Pretty good, solid pitching so far, I gotta say. I like the way Tullis is hitting his spots. I like the way he's locating, and he has the velocity to back it up.
And now the catcher, Sol, up to the plate. Fouls that one behind. Just here, Tufts coaching staff maybe feeling that they're swinging to the fences a bit too much instead of just trying to get the ball in play.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a 0-0 game, obviously the idea is just break the ice, get on the scoreboard, and you obviously can do that with the long ball, but also usually a more effective strategy is just advance the runner with no outs.
Just keeping Reed in check again at second.
And that's usually up to the pitcher at that point. You can see there's no real coordinated effort by either of the middle infielders to actually try and pick him off.
No.
Mostly the pitcher just making sure Reed is aware. Obviously, but when Reed looks around, he says, oh, there's no infielders near me. It doesn't do too much, knowing that there's no real pickoff attempt coming. As you see right there, again, trying to keep him close. Sells it a little more with a more dynamic move. Still, no infielder there.
Still 0-1 the count. You can see a little foot downstairs. That pitch is a good one. 0-2.
Another thing we're seeing right now is Tulsa's getting ahead in the count. I think 3 straight batters now. He's been able to get them down with 0-2 or 1-2. That gives you a lot more options to work with, especially when you're working with a very skilled offense and a runner on base that you're trying to hold.
Here's the pitch. It's low, and it gets away. And Reed will get into third base. Jankowski there again. Just didn't know where the ball was. And Reed able to get in there comfortably.
And I'm guessing that'll go as a wild pitch. Still, if you're Jankowski, you don't want to see that ball roll under you. It means there's space between your glove and the dirt. That shouldn't happen. That's the third or fourth ball we've seen dropped. And obviously that's in the dirt. A little more understandable. Still, something they'll keep an eye out, especially now you have a runner at third base. 2 outs, I mean, he's going to score on any contact, on any base hit.
Big 1-2 pitch. Goes him for strike 3. Well, good pitching from the 31 Tullis. I believe that was 3 strikeouts for
really
him. Good. And, you know, I think Bobcats fans, after seeing that initial double from the leadoff hitter, would have thought, uh-oh, here we go again after so many runs scored by Tufts in the first game, but then really strong for Tullis. Get 3 straight strikeouts.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you talk about leadoff double, I mean, we got to be clear here. It was a good piece of hitting, sure, but it didn't go off the wall, right? There was not crushed. It was in front of the outfielders who, frankly, did not do a great job of the relay and allowed the runner to advance. But, I mean, it was a soft piece of contact. So when you look at that and you say, okay, then he struck out the next 3 guys, I mean, that's pretty impressive work. You got to feel good if you're the Bobcats. You got to feel good if you're Tullis. Really just strong overall pitching from both sides so far. Both pitchers look pretty locked in.
So up to the plate for the Bobcats will be 4, 5, 6. Got Gotti, the first baseman, coming up. We also have Gereno as well, the left fielder, and then Avila, the second baseman.
Shout out if there are any more issues. I guess
It's a lovely day here in Medford, and as we start this top of the second inning, last week it was a bit cool, a bit colder, a bit gray, but now we've got perfect baseball weather.
Yeah.
Not too hot, little breeze coming in. I mean, this is just a perfect day out.
It really is. We see the first pitch here.
Big swing and a miss for Gotti.
Yeah, like you mentioned last week, what we had was a miserable day. Cold, coming off a snow.
Not a strike. He is really in the zone here, Mayer. As we do fortunately see, a couple of fans on the right field side, some lacrosse players behind home plate. I believe I also saw some Bates fans on the right field side as well. So even during these COVID times, we are able to get a couple people in. And of course, if you're watching on JumboCast, we love having you watching as that pitch goes in.
Not sure where that was. I think when you have that off-speed pitch, the umpires usually are less likely they're going to squeeze you a bit at the top. That might have been out because I don't think it was outside of the strike zone. I mean, Gotti's a pretty big guy out there. He has a pretty large strike zone top to bottom.
That one fouled left by Gotti, who's staying in the at-bat right now. That's 2 foul balls for him.
What you see with Mayer, and it's pretty clear, he generally lives low. Even more so when you have a larger hitter, you can see it's just harder to make contact when you have that higher strike zone, harder to catch up with the ball down low.
Gotti drives that, and that's foul into that huge space out there in left field.
Ball just dies out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job. It has been a good job by Gotti. I mean, Mayer. The good thing for Mayer though is, Mayer, of course, is he's throwing strikes. That was a problem last week around.
That one again fouled to the left. He's just staying in, chipping away, and maybe putting a little bit of doubt into Mayer's mind, but Mayer has been lasered in focus so far.
When you have a pitcher that is in the zone, everything matters. Contact, extending counts, these little things can make a big difference.
And that one's low, so now it goes to 2-2.
All right, now you have 6-7 pitch at bat at least. And then we had a pitcher locked in who threw a couple pitches to each batter first time around in the first inning. These small things can break a rhythm.
And that one's low again. And Gotti now in a strong position here, 3-2 the count after being behind 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, you see that no matter what happens here, this is a win for Gotti. This is a win for Bates. I mean, working the count, getting the pitch count up there, seeing a lot of pitches.
That one's high and a walk. So first base runner on for the Bobcats. Really good at bat from Gotti.
Yeah, just a really impressive bat all around. He was down 0-2, don't forget. He fouled off a couple balls, went to 1-2. He fouled off another ball, and he just worked the count to take a walk. That's a really, really impressive at bat. And now you again see Mayer for the first time having to work with runners in scoring position. Runners on base.
As it's Girino up to the plate. Apologies for the mispronunciation.
Something I can bet you'll see once again whenever you see a runner on first base, no other runners on, before the first pitch, you generally see a pickoff attempt from Mayer.
Mayer gets back his strike, and that's strike 1 here in this at-bat to Girino.
Not sure if we have the exact heights, but you can see Girino is a much shorter stature out there. And that can be a big deal, too. And you see right there, the pitch was a little below the knees. He got the benefit of the doubt there. That's another great pitch.
Gets his strike 2, and he's back in the zone, Cameron Mayer.
Yeah, good to see that he's recovered from that walk with location. He's able to hit his spots on these next 2 pitches.
That one driven hard, but fouled to the right-hand side. Would have been trying to sneak it in down that right field line.
Of the 4 or 5 foul balls you've seen this inning, all have been to the opposite field of the hitter, meaning they're late on these fastballs.
Oof, just a little too high there, and it now goes to 1-2.
So I was saying earlier, that's what you see when you have the off speed and you elevate it a little bit. you might get squeezed a bit because obviously, even if it's coming down because of its curving nature.
That one inside. 2-2.
Yeah, when you have a pitcher, I mean, when you have a batter backing out like that, even if it didn't look that inside, sometimes the optics of the batter trying to get out of the way, even if it's not that close to them, kind of gets in the umpire's mind. It's like, is it really a strike? Is it really a strike?
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Meyer gets his strikeout, 3rd of the afternoon.
Good pitch right there. He's able to live low. That was out of the zone. He got him to chase on that fastball. Real good recovery from Mayer. That's his 3rd strikeout on the day.
And Zach Avila up to the plate.
So the wind has started to pick up.
That one driven hard into left field, which is caught. Good fielding there from Duffy. You just see almost just a tiny half a second, just a bit of uncertainty. Even the wind blowing the ball a little bit, but in the end, Duffy making the play.
Yeah, it was
comfortable.
A little bit down the line, and whenever you see that, no matter how high it's up there, it can be a long run for the outfielder. But yeah, he was able to make that comfortably. Just a harmless fly ball. Now we got 2 away.
Drew Fallon up to the plate, right fielder, for his first at-bat of this game. And he drives that to short. Can they make the play?
I think they got him.
Yes! Oh, it's called safe. It almost looked as if Fleischer had made the play, made a really good diving stop, but Parada could not get there in time to make the tag, and it's runners on 1st and 2nd.
I couldn't tell if the umpire made the off-the-base motion at the end there. Either way, that was a really bang-bang play, obviously. Of course, the umpire has a better vantage point than we do. Still, looked pretty close from up here.
And Jankowski up to the plate. First hit allowed for Cameron Mayer. That one tipped foul back. And now suddenly a little bit more difficult of an inning. Had a really strong first inning, but now here in the 2nd, has runners on 1st and 2nd, but he does have 2 outs. Out can be made at 3rd, 2nd, or 1st. That one a little high for ball 1.
Umpire's not giving him that high in the off-speed pitch. You've seen that's the 3rd pitch. It's been up there, borderline at the letters. And when it's off-speed, the umpire behind the plate is not rewarding Mayer.
Jankowski, 2-1 the count.
Another borderline pitch. Umpire made the motion that was a little outside. I think someone from the Tufts bench might have said a few words asking where that was.
That one, strong pitch, strike 2, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 runners on base.
Well, he hits that spot outside, outer half of the plate, knees give or take a few inches. That's where he can really set up the rest of the count. Let's see what he does here. Count now evened up.
That one fouled back. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on base in the 2nd inning. We love the number 2 here.
In the 2nd game of the doubleheader.
There we go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Meyer getting out of that little jam. And Tufts go into the bottom of the 2nd. It's still 0-0. Meyer allowed a hit, but he's up to 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, I mean, when he's been hitting his spots, I mean, it's been pretty good. I mean, again, think about how those runners got on base. It's not like he's getting crushed. Not like either pitcher's getting crushed. I mean, you had a walk, really impressive at bat. Then you had a ground ball with a fielder's choice that we thought might have been out at 2nd. Either way, Mayer's able to get out of the inning. Faces a little adversity, but good to see him recover from it. Now we head in to the bottom of the 2nd, and we'll have to see how Tolis is able to respond.
You hear the message from the Tufts bench right now is just to wake up, get their heads in the game. As for the Jumbos, we'll see Noon, Duffy, and Cortez. Noon coming into today, batting .364. Tufts in that bottom of the first. Led off with a double and then 3 straight strikeouts from Tolis. We'll see how Noon does.
And Tolis brought the velocity. He was able to blow it by the Jumbo's hitters. We didn't see that many strikeouts in the first game at all, especially not when you had the Jumbo hitters late. We saw that on basically every strikeout. At least one pitch in that at bat, you saw a Jumbo hitter late to the ball. We'll see how that what happens here in this thing.
That one going in hot, but ball 1. Noon watches that one go in for strike 1 of the at-bat, so 1-1 the count. That one caught swinging there, strike 2.
Good location, just a little away. Got him late. Once again, we see the theme, late to the fastball. Especially first time through the lineup, haven't seen someone throwing this fast all day. Can be a bit of an adjustment, and we're seeing that the hard way for the Jumbos.
Here's the pitch. That one fouled off to the left.
But a pretty solid swing on it, you could tell. Had some solid velocity off the bat, but still fairly late on it. Driving it right over the bench over there, down the third base line. I mean, you want to be able to see these hitters catch up to the ball.
Yeah, like you're saying, another opposite hit foul ball. As Tolis here, 1-2 the count. That one quite low for 2-2.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure we've seen an off-speed pitch yet this at bat. Wondering why that is. I wonder if they're trying to set him up there. Obviously, good time for it would have been the 0-2 or the 1-2. Sorry, the 1-2 pitch. Wondering if you'll see him try to bring it out here, get him to chase. There it is.
Ooh, and the hit by pitch. Noon takes that and goes into first base.
And there you saw it was the hit by pitch, and it was the off speed. He has not been able to locate it. Maybe that's why we're seeing him not be able to throw that off speed. Is location has been an issue on that for Tolis on that off speed curveball. See it again, and of course, most egregious example of it here, hit by pitch.
Well, just like in the top of the second, it's a leadoff hitter going on a walk. Well, for Mayer, it was a walk. For Tolis, it's a hit by pitch. This one coming in for Duffy, strike 1.
Of course, again, another luxury for when you operate out of the stretch, as Tolis is doing the entire game, regardless of what the runner's on bases. Don't really change any of your mechanics when you see a runner on first base, besides just trying to keep a closer eye on him.
Checking back, and Noon is safe. A lot of chatter here from the Tufts bench. We certainly love to hear it. That one high for ball 1.
Keeping a close eye on them. On Noon over at first base. Saw a pickoff attempt. You saw the catcher fake a pickoff attempt right there. And I don't really think Noon's not getting anything too far off the base. Wonder if we'll see that mindset and then some if we actually get a faster player there at first base who is taking a larger secondary lead.
Nice pitch for a strike 2. 1-2 the count here for Duffy. Duffy, who comes into today into this doubleheader, batting .421. That one fouled back. Didn't hear anything, so I think the Cars are safe.
That might have been the first pitch, the first non-fastball that was in the strike zone. I mean, you could see, I think, he was honestly a little late on it because, just say Duffy was, because he probably didn't expect that off-speed pitch to be in the strike zone, and then he realized a little late, and he's like, I gotta catch up to this and get it out, foul it off. Oh, he definitely went.
He's gonna go to second.
Oh, that was a great throw.
And the double play.
And I should amend that statement. That was not actually that great of a throw. Great play over there. I believe that was the second baseman. What a tag. I mean, it's one of those things where it's not a great throw. What happens is the bounce actually takes the second baseman's glove right to where Noon happened to be. It wasn't really Noon didn't really do anything wrong. It's just really unlucky that the way that ball bounced, and anywhere else, if he has to make any motion with that glove, Noon's going to get in there. That was really just good all-around play by Bates.
First pitch to Cortez is ball one, but suddenly, in the space of one pitch, going runner on first, and now the double play. It's a good play out there at second by Avila. That one low again from Tolis against Cortez.
I do want to commend the catcher right there. And that it's a tough play when you have the ball in the dirt to be able to pick that ball up, throw the runner out at second. A lot can be going through your mind. So, although it wasn't the best throw, look, it got the job done. And like I said, just really good, solid defensive work all around by the Bates infield.
That one driven hard into left field. And it drops in. Cortez is going to go in for two. Double from the third baseman. And again, just like as we saw in the first inning, a hit that dropped in just before the outfielder could get there.
Yeah, I mean, am I having deja vu? Because what do we see again? A diving attempt, just about maybe a foot short, and the ball kind of just rolls around out there because the outfielder's now laying on the ground, unable to get the ball, and you see an easy advance here by Cortez. Again, I mean, not the hardest piece of contact by any means, but turns into another double.
Fleischer, shortstop, up to the plate. First pitch, strike one. Runner in scoring position. He sees that one go for ball one.
Fleischer getting his first plate appearance of the day, did not start or play at all in the first game of the doubleheader.
Tolis taking his time. That one, he gets it. Seemed borderline, but he gets a strike.
Looked a little elevated. To me, it looked like it crossed right at maybe a little above the letters, and we had seen a pretty limited strike zone, at least for Mayer, when he was hitting that top part. So a little disappointing to see that called a strike. Obviously, you just want consistency at the end of the day.
That one driven hard. Oh, and it gets through. Cortez being waved home. A fielding error as well. And Tufts take the lead. Fleischer driving that one into right field, opposite field hit. And a little bobble there out in right field for Fallon. And the run comes home.
Yeah, disappointing by Fallon. You saw that in the first game. Struggles out there for for Bates outfielders. It's a great play by the infield on that caught stealing on that wild pitch previously, but that's really a disappointing play. I mean, he was pretty shallow. He might have had a chance at home if he's able to cleanly field that and throw it, but
that one driven hard. And it gets away from Gotti. And here we go. The run will score.
Oh.
And then a collision out there in third. But Tufts now lead 2-0.
Yeah.
It just seemed a bit lazy there by the first baseman Gotti.
First of all, hope everyone's okay at third base. It looked like the third baseman in an attempt to play that ball might have collided. So I think we're going to get the trainer. I think what happened is in the attempt to dive for the ball, the legs or the cleats might have clipped. Yeah, might have clipped Parada out there. But while they're taking a look at him, he looks okay, thankfully. I mean, we can talk about what happened right there, which is another fielding error. I mean, there's no need to rush that throw. It was definitely a great play over at third base to stop that ball. We know that the hot corner can be really hot, especially here at Huskins. With that said, I mean, he had time to set his feet. The throw was pretty wild. Not a great effort by the first baseman either. He kind of just gave up on it. Could have gotten his body in front of it, I felt like, at least. And then all of a sudden, you have a runner scoring. No one's backing up third base. Again, you want to see someone backing up, whether it be the right fielder, whether it be the catcher. You just a little disappointing after a solid start defensively. You've seen the last two plays have been really poorly executed by Bates.
That one low for Reed, who doubled on his first at bat. And you really can't say that can go down as a hit for Parada because the out really should have made an error there. Almost sort of, for me, a combined error. The throw from Jamison and the attempt to try and get it from Gotti.
Yeah, I'm guessing they will give that to the third baseman.
It was Fleischer who came home.
Right. Even if we both feel like Gotti could have made a little more effort, that throw, yeah, the most important thing there is that needs to be a better throw. Like, you can't have that.
3-0 for the Jumbos.
They call a balk, I think.
They call a balk.
Yes.
And the run comes in.
Wow.
And it's just error after error now for Bates.
Trying to figure, I couldn't tell what the issue might have been. It may have been that he didn't come set. What happens, of course, is if you're in with a runner on base, you need to come set once you bring the ball to the glove and at least pause before you make that throw. I don't know if he did ever become stationary, and I think that's what they called him for.
Well, somehow Tufts have 4 runs in this inning. Little back and forth here from the umpire and coaching staff for Tufts on what constitutes a balk and how that relates to the pitch count.
Yeah, I believe they didn't count the pitch. I believe it was call. I think the issue was, I think Coach Casey might have interpreted it as being a ball. I don't know if the home plate umpire actually made a call on the ball, because once it's a balk, I think the ball is actually dead.
So it's ball 4. Yeah, so there seems to be a bit of confusion there on the scoreboard out in center. It is 3-0. We got a bit confused there because we're thinking, where was that other?
Yeah,
run?
I mean,
it is 3-0.
You just look up and down the score sheet and you say you had that double, you had the single that drove in the run, and then you had the error that drove in the other run, and then that balk. That's 3 runs right there. So the scoreboard, and now it's fixed, I believe.
And strike 1 for Evans as Reed was walked on that at-bat. A lot of stuff going on here that has been a bit confusing, a bit wild.
One of the stranger innings you'll probably see at the college level. Another ball with that off-speed pitch. You're really struggling to locate it. And, of course, you look up and down and you say, there have not been any hard-hit balls yet. I mean, the ground ball for the single, it was well placed. It wasn't the hardest hit. The double was more of a bloop than anything else that just landed in the right spot. And the error was a hard-hit ground ball that should have been an out. All right, so if you're out there as both Bates defensively, but especially as Tolas, you could still find solace in the fact that, hey, I've pitched a pretty good game. as far as contacts, I mean, the scoreboard doesn't reflect it, but I believe all those runs may be unearned as well.
He's going. Will the play be made?
No.
Safe. Good base stealing there from the center fielder Reed.
Yeah, and of course, second is stolen at the base attempt of the game of the inning. Noon got caught there. Just kind of brings you back. All of this has been with 2 outs. I mean, you had Noon caught stealing on the strike him out, throw him out double play, and Jumbos have been able to manufacture hits, basically and runs, basically playing small ball with, of course, a little assistance from the Bates defensive errors.
Big swing and a miss there. 3-2 the count, so it's 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for Evans. That one low, called ball 4, and now we got runners on first and second.
Just to read you how the runners have reached base this inning, we had a hit by pitch, we had a double that landed in front of the outfielder. Don't see that too often. You had a single, and then you had an E5, and then you had 2 walks. So Tufts really manufacturing runs. Unorthodox small ball is what I'd call this.
And, you know, after that double play that saw Duffy strike out and Noon tagged out on the attempted stolen base to second, you know, I was about to say, you know, this is going to be a pitching duel. It's been good pitching from both Mayer and Tolis, but then you have to say a real defensive letdown for the Bobcats that have allowed Tufts to take advantage in this game and lead 3-0.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, we saw this in the first game where there was just some, I mean, not a lot of them weren't even straight up errors. They went down as hits, but especially in the outfield, we saw some problems. We saw a couple balls that really turned the outfielders around. Kind of, are we getting a pitching change? Believe we are.
And here comes the pitching change. Well, that ends Tolis's afternoon at 1 2/3 innings pitch. And you have to feel sorry for him because once he got those 2 outs here in this inning, it was looking comfortable, and it should have been, but there were some bad feeling errors. Of course, then he did have the balk, which brought in the 3rd run, but you have to feel that, you know, if the Bates defense had done its job properly, you know, we'd be in the top of the 3rd, and Tolis would have had another pretty strong inning because he ends the day 1 2/3 innings pitch, had 4 strikeouts. And when there were 2 outs in this inning to go, he had 4 strikeouts, but then 3 walks, 3 allowed hits as well.
Yeah, I believe we'll have 1 earned run up there for him. But again, the way that run came in is you had a diving attempt. It was a good attempt. I don't think you can fault anyone necessarily. At the same time, I mean, you play that ball on a bounce out there in left field, and you have a single versus a double. That single then when you have that ground ball, you don't have the runner scoring, of course. You'd have the runner going to 3rd, and all of a sudden, and even out there in right field, what we saw is a misplay that on a legitimate chance. I'm not sure how strong the right fielder's arm is, but a legitimate chance to throw the runner out at home. It was a really softly hit ball that the right fielder picked up pretty close to home plate, relatively speaking. So just a very poor defensive inning all around. It's even if you have only even if you have that 1 earned run, you can make the argument that it was made much easier by defensive miscues. And then, of course, the other 2 runs are just entirely on both the pitcher for that balk, but also, of course, the first baseman, the 3rd baseman, and really everyone around.
And so now we will see on the mound for the Bobcats, Grant Luliano, number 45.
And Grant Luliano, he's now a junior for us, so he had 1 season in 2019. and he was both a relief pitcher as well as a starter. Of course, not Tufts. Bates did have a couple games in the 2020 abbreviated season before they were shut down, but those didn't really produce too many meaningful stats. So going from 2019, Liliano had pitched 13 innings in 8 games. He had a 7.62 ERA. He did have 9 strikeouts. Also had 6 walks. Not sure that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, especially against Tufts. You know, they're really good at staying in at bats. And we see these 2 runners on base right now, both walked, as it's Di Maria with runners on first and second, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Starting to get a bit more wind. Here's the first pitch for Liliano is a ball.
Liliano, one of the handful of Bobcats who wear their socks the old-fashioned way, of them high up there, kind of a much more distinctive look. You see that over at third base as well as in left field.
That one low again, so he is in a little bit of a bind right now with 2 balls, no strikes.
In every game I think we've called, Lucas, we consistently see this theme of seems like the opposing pitchers always come in with runners on scoring position and then struggle to throw strikes. It's understandable given that they're being thrown in there, probably not too much warm-up. Still, it's kind of disheartening on the Bates side.
That one fouled back. Oof, just missing one of the cars out there. And now, further conversation. Di Maria, I think this might be a problem with his left leg. Not sure yet. Talking with the third base coach.
Yeah, I can't really tell what the issue seems to be. I don't think the Tufts coaching staff knows if it's an equipment or an injury. Don't see the trainer going out, which leads me to think it might be equipment related. But to be honest, not entirely sure. And now we do see the trainer heading out.
You can just see he's pointing down to his, well now, looks like he's fine. He's just shaking it off a little. We've had a lot of different types of pauses here in this inning.
Of course, those can actually be really scary when you see there's no really direct impact. Obviously, it's not like he hit the ball off himself. Those non-contact injuries, of course, you always worry, but good to see he's able to get back into it.
That one fouled over our heads. And now we're back to those lovely 2s. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 2nd with 2 runners on base. Di Maria versus Liliano. He stays in the at-bat, fouling that one back.
Yeah, there's an off-speed pitch. You see Di Maria realized that was a strike and kind of fought it off. Because obviously you're not really sure the new pitcher what his repertoire is, what he's going to throw, what he throws in what situation.
He was struck out in his last at-bat. He sees that one go, ball 3. So now we got 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Might have been the fastest pitch he's thrown all day. Sorry, it's very short at bat so far. But like I said, full count, 2 outs. You'll see the runners off, so anything out of the infield will almost certainly drive in a run.
Bates got to feel they need this out here to stop the bleeding. And Di Maria, it was a swing and a miss. And he's just heading back. I think something is up with him maybe, but...
Yeah, no, that's definitely concerning. Of course, that ball was dropped. Rolled pretty far. And he knew that, and he didn't make any real effort. I think he's coming out of the game. We're gonna see some sort of defensive substitution. And of course, first and foremost, you hope he's okay. Such an integral part the Jumbos. Of course, having that home run in the first game, he's been a great player consistently, and hope that it's nothing serious. But we will probably see a defensive substitution. And he didn't seem particularly mobile out there, and of course don't want to risk hurting himself anymore.
And it looks like we will see that change. Looks as if Evans is moving right now to first base, and it looks as if Brandon Bay going out to right field. Well, as we're going into the top of the third, Cameron Mayer getting back onto the mound after, as you were saying, Scott, one of the strangest, a pretty strange inning here at Huskins Field in terms of how the runs came in. We've not seen a ball really hit hard, apart from maybe that single from Fleischer that did end up bringing a run in, but also with the help of a little bobble out by Fallon as he was trying to field it.
Yeah, I'd say really besides power. I mean, that inning really had everything besides hard hit balls. There's defensive issues, good base running, pitching changes. Even at a balk, you don't see that too often.
And now up to the plate is Brennan, but he sees that one strike one.
And of course, really good for Mayer is that he now has this 3-run lead at his back. Doesn't matter how they cross the plate. They cross the plate, and now he can work with that.
But that's driven in. Oof, just foul.
Yeah, tail just a little bit. Has really solid piece of contact. One of the first pieces of contact that we've seen be pulled by one of the Bobcats. Real solid hit. Probably would have gone for at least a double had it been about 5 feet to the right.
Mayer, another strong start to an at-bat, 0-2 the count. Oof. Everyone just trying to wait there for that strike signal. But it will be a ball. Brennan calling for time. Bates needing a little bit of some offensive production here in this inning. Try and respond to that 3-run second by the Jumbos. Grounded to third. And Evans had to jump a little bit to get it, but he does make the play. And Tufts get the first out here at the top of the third.
Of course, Evans a little shorter in stature than Di Maria. Wonder if Di Maria might have been able to get that. Of course, just being a larger target out there at first base. But good job by Evans. Of course, it's important for one of your first basemen to recognize that there, of course, you can try and stay on the base and stretch for it, of course. But if you miss it, that's going to the backstop. That's fence, and you have a double, or the equivalent of a double, even though it's an error. Evans realized he had the time, was able to take his foot off, catch the ball, and get back to the bag. Real good job.
Tall back up to the plate. He's 0 for 1 on the day. I believe he was struck out in his first at bat.
He did, yes. Struck out swinging.
Another strike for Mayer. It's a 1-2 count. He does have one walk to his name, but apart from every other at bat, has always gotten into good positions. Grounded to third again. Cortez gets the out again. It was close, just like that other at bat, but 2 outs for Tufts.
I think that's what might be we call an overcorrection. Of course, throws it far too high. First throw, that one is far too low. At the the saving grace is that it was so low and short hop so far away that it essentially becomes a ground ball. It's much easier for the first baseman to field. Good job by Evans picking up for it, and 2 away.
Beal up to the plate. Fouls that one off to the left-hand side. Maybe it'll be third time the charm for Cortez. Another ground ball, and he can do the perfect throw.
Yeah, I think what also you saw is a notable thing. It always seems to be that case with this third base. It takes a pretty weird hops off the edge of the infield. Saw that again, kind of came up on Cortez. He was able to handle it fine, but always something I seem to notice is something about that corner over there that those ground balls take weird bounces.
Oof, that one inside. Let's see. Beal backing away as it's 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. That one grounded this time to short. And the play made again. Tufts 1, 2, 3 with those ground balls. As we go into the bottom of the third, their 3-run lead remains.
Good job over there by Evans, not making the right call, not catch it in the air, not short hop it solid. Of course, really reassuring to see after Di Maria does leave. Evans subs in for first base and promptly makes 3 putouts and 3 well-fielded balls. So there you go, and all of a sudden, Tufts finally maybe setting into a rhythm here, at least on the defensive side.
As we will see for the Bobcats, Liliano back on the mound. But for the Jumbos, Cameron Mayer, what a strong afternoon he's had so far. In 3 innings pitched, 4 strikeouts, does have a hit allowed and a walk. But I believe the closest Bates have come is second base. That's the furthest a base runner has gone. Or maybe third, if I'm wrong, or...
Not entirely sure.
As we will see Sowell up to the plate for the Jumbos. He's 0 for 1 on the day with a strikeout.
Leading off for the Jumbos in the bottom of the 3rd inning, the catcher, number 28, Clay Sowell.
Sowell up against Liliano.
One of the victims of the 3 straight strikeouts that we saw at the beginning in the 1st inning. The sole strikeout caught looking. Of course, since then, been a much different game.
Here's the first pitch. It's high, ball 1.
I think you can clearly tell less velocity on these pitches from Liliano. Be interesting to see if the Jumbos are able to turn on that. They seem to struggle with catching up to the fastball.
That one's driven hard into left field. And will drop in. Sowell's going to push for 2. I think he's going to stay.
No, he's heading for... No. Good choice.
I think in the end, in left field, Gerino doing well to get there, but strong hitting from Sowell.
I mean, exactly what I just said, right? Which is when you have the speed is not there. It's not the same velocity. It's much easier to catch up on that ball. Sowell was able to do that. And what you saw there is with such wide foul territory, that ball just kind of kept on rolling and rolling, especially when you had the left fielder shading a bit towards center. And probably the right choice ultimately to stay at second, especially with no outs. The risk of being thrown at third there is not one worth taking.
Noon up to the plate. He was walked in his first at-bat. Sees that one go low for ball 1. As we've seen, Tufts has had 4 hits in this game, 3 of them doubles, but that was the best hit.
Oh, by
of
far. I mean, of course, when you have 2 doubles that land in front of the outfielders, and then you have that one that's right down the line, close to the warning track out there, you say, okay, that's clearly the hardest piece of contact, really for either side so far.
Noon hits that high. Should be easy in center field and is for Beal, even lofting that one into center.
Yeah, just got under that a bit. Of course, whenever you see that ball going that high, you're like, well, maybe that's going. But Riley right at the center fielder, a couple steps in. Harmless first out.
As we see Jackson Duffy up to the plate, he's 0 for 1, struck out in his at-bat in the second inning. And, of course, then it was Noon who was thrown out at second in that double play. And then it all fell apart for Bates in that inning after that. 1 out here. Duffy swinging for the fences there and missing.
Yeah, he cleared, exactly like you said. He was up there trying to make not just contact, some loud contact, and ended up working out that pitch elevated is going to get him and get him swinging.
Liliano delivers. Called ball, seems close.
Yeah, probably a little outside there. I haven't seen too many called strikes recently. So Jumbo's been swinging a lot more, I think, at least in balls and the strikes. And it kind of be a change in mentality when you have 3-0 lead that, start to get a little more aggressive. Maybe look to drive some balls a little more.
That one popped up foul. No one's going to get Gotti, not going to get near there as it's a 1-2 count. That one popped up high, and is caught easy for out number 2 by Avila at second base, and now it's 2 outs with a runner on second.
Yeah, second straight pop fly we've seen. Kind of both hitters clearly seem to get under it. This is something we actually saw in the first inning, right? Where not pop-ups necessarily, but we saw a runner on second base to start the inning, and we saw 2 straight outs that didn't advance the runner. I think that's going to be a point of contention, bone to pick for the Jumbo's coaches. Is you want to see that runner get advanced with no outs.
Cortez up to the plate. He fouls that one back. He doubled in his at-bat last inning. That one fouled to the left, and now it's an 0-2 count. There's the pitch, it's grounded. Good play by Liliano. And an easy toss to Gotti to end the inning. Good fielding by the pitcher, who's been pretty solid for Bates since coming to the mound. And that ends 3 full innings. Tufts up 3-0.
Yeah, good inning for Bates, obviously. That double was, giving up that double was definitely crushed, so you saw pretty far. And you kind of thought, oh, this inning might be another big one for the Jumbos, but good recovery from Liliano, good recovery from Bates defensively to kind of shape up back there, and still 3-0 after 3. Obviously, this time last game we were talking about a game that was even more out of hand, so a small victories for Bates right now.
As we get the call there from the Tufts bench, it'll be batting order numbers 3, 4, and 5 for the Bobcats, which will mean Jamison, Gotti, and Jarino up to the plate for the Bobcats. Mayer, who has been a menace on the mound so far in these 3 innings.
Mayer the menace.
And just when a pitcher's in the zone, getting his mark, throwing strikes, just so imposing, you never want to face up against that. So Jamison to lead off for the Bobcats here in the top of the 4th, as we're about midway through this second game of the doubleheader between Tufts and Bates. Jamison 0 for 1. He fouls that one back.
Every other ball back there, it feels like it's about to hit the car, and it somehow finds like the sliver of space next to it or behind it. But so far, car's hit is equal to Bates' score right now. That would be a 0.
Oh, swinging a miss strike.
I think it was fouled, yeah, just based on everyone's reaction up there.
It will be strike 2, though, so it's a 1-2 count.
That was a really good pitch. I mean, it was a perfect off-speed pitch, exactly what you needed for the situation.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Mayer going back to the strikeouts. That's his 5th of the afternoon.
And of course, Tufts clean so far defensively, except on the throw around after a strikeout. Poor throw by the catcher, gets by Evans over at first base. Still though, you'll take those errors. You'll take the errors on the plays that don't matter as long as you execute when it does count.
Well, Gotti is up to the plate. He was walked in his first at bat. Did a really good job of getting back into that bat. So interesting duel between the 28 of Bates and the 17 of Tufts, and we'll see it here again. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Big swing and a miss, so it's 1-1.
Yeah, Gotti, of course, if you remember, he was late on everything when he was up there. He was able to foul things off and work that walk. But as far as contact, he was hitting things right down that third base line and even further.
That one
there we go again.
Fouling to that left-hand side. Hopefully that family out there where that ball, just be a little careful because he might keep hitting them that way again.
At this rate, sure enough.
Grounds that to second. Parada making the play for out number 2 of the inning.
Harmless ground ball and an easy play right now. It seems like Mayer's been able to set it into a rhythm that's now, of course, 6 straight batters retired. So very good sign for Mayer, especially when you have a lead that's a solid lead up there. Of course, 3 runs is nothing to joke about, but not insurmountable by any means.
Jarino up to the plate. Sees that one going for strike 1.
Good pitch. What's really good about Mayer is when he gets ahead in counts, he's able to really delve into his repertoire of off speed, of changing location, changing speeds, getting some movement. We've seen that in the last few batters. Is called strike right there. Julio Jarino did not think so. Could tell right there. He tried to check his swing. He thought he did, and then to see the umpire call out a strike anyways, a little disheartening, and now he's down 0-2.
That one called low for ball. As the wind really coming in here at Huskins. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He's putting on a clinic here, Mayer. 4 straight scoreless innings for him. And Tufts lead 3-0, still going into the bottom of the 4th.
Bring together quality at bats. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Trust your teammate. Come on, Chip. Trust your teammate. Find a way to get on. Grind it. Trust your teammate behind you. No one needs you to do yourself.
Yeah, just think Cameron Mayer has been superb, and he's just hoping he can get a bit more offensive support. He does have a 3-run lead, which is nice, but would love an even bigger lead.
Yeah, kind of reminiscent of the Week 1 game that he was able to pitch, where he was really just dominant out there. Gave up 2 hits, I believe, in 5 innings, maybe 6, 5. I believe 5 innings. Of course, last week he was a little less dominant. He was still really solid out there. He was able to work through some control issues. I believe he only got through 4 innings, however, giving up a few runs. He's in a much better position to kind of get a little deeper into the game. Obviously, already through 4 innings. He's only given up 1 hit. He really seems to be on a roll in the last 2 innings. So definitely looking to see him get back out there in the 5th and maybe beyond that.
It will be Fleischer up to the plate for the Jumbos.
Leading off for the Jumbos in the bottom of the 4th inning, the shortstop, number 12, Ozzie Fleischer.
And he goes for the bunt.
Beautiful.
And he gets through it. He's going to push to second. Gotti again not able to keep a hold of it. And a big start to this 4th inning here. Fleischer with the bunt.
That's awesome. And Coach Casey loves it, and as he should. That's a real smart decision. You see the corner infielders, especially the third baseman who he's targeting, are playing way behind the line. They don't have much of a chance. Even on that play, that was ill-advised. Third baseman should have held on to that. Instead, he throws it away. All of a sudden, just really smart base running, smart baseball. Now you have a runner in scoring position.
That one driven hard. Gets through. Gotti. Billy Buckner-esque as the run comes in. Tufts take a 4-0 lead.
And I believe we'll see that get marked in there as an error. So not necessarily.
It looks like they're marking it down as a hit, though. It's hard to tell, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how. Fortunately, that could be a hit. It seemed to go right through his legs, and obviously wouldn't get an RBI in that case. Still, however, what we see is Jumbo's putting the ball in play, and good things are happening.
it was a hard hit. That was Parada on his first his second at bat. His first at bat also brought in a run in that one as well. As Reed up to the plate, 1 for 1. He was walked in his last at bat. There's the pitch called strike. So it's 1-2 the count. Runner on first is Parada. Reed at the plate. No outs right now. That's driven. Can they make it 2? There's 1. And safe.
Yep.
Good speed there from Reed.
What you saw there was a really good, just solid execution, except that second base. You saw a bit, just a half second of a double clutch, and obviously, and then kind of made the biggest difference in the world when you had to play at first base. That was probably decided by less than a half step. So, unfortunate. Obviously, not always something you can control. Otherwise, well executed all around, and just missed the double play. But now, of course, you have Miles Reed out there, who is fast, and look for him. He might be aggressive. with 2 outs.
Evans up to the plate. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Struck out in his first at-bat and walked in his second. He's playing first base now. Start of the day out in right. Liano just keeping Reed honest there at first.
Yeah, and definitely, I'm sure Bates is well aware of Reed's prowess on the base path, so they're not going to let him get too far off. At least they're not going to try to, although it can be hard to stop him once he gets going.
I think Reed, will he be stealing here? We shall see. There were some signs from the third base coach. 2-0 is the count. That one called strike.
Two-one classic hitters count. 2 outs, I'm not so sure. Less than 2 outs, I'd say they might have sent him. Oh, and there he goes.
That one hit high in the air. Reed's got to get back.
Oh.
And well fielded there by Brennan.
Yeah. There you go with less than 2 outs. It makes sense of, obviously, I think that might have honestly been maybe a hit and run. Although, of course, the 2-1 count, ball in or on the plate, can't really tell. Because Evans clearly saw something he wanted to hit. But either way, good job also by Reed getting back there so he's not doubled off.
And now we will see Bay. His first at bat after coming on for Di Maria. Strike one called.
He's off
He's
again.
going, and that one hit hard, gets through! Bay on his first at bat.
He's going to try to score, I bet. Oh, no.
He'll get into second as well. Bates taking a little too long there trying to field. And Brennan Bay gets a double, pushing Reed to third and bringing up Sowell, who had a double in his last at-bat.
Yeah, really good job out there. The one thing I think you might want to see is Reed slowed down at second base, obviously with 2 outs and contact. There's no reason to slow down. You don't have to go back. You should keep running. Not sure if they would have sent him home on that play, but either way, could have lost a couple steps there, but still a solid piece of hitting right down that line and really aggressive. Good base running by Bay.
And that one low. Reed just sort of waiting to see, but in the end, Jankowski getting to the ball.
Yeah, it didn't roll far enough away. Of course, there's a big backstop back there, so anything that goes behind him is probably going to be a run. But to the side like that, right off the glove, not far enough, even for someone as fast as Miles Reed.
That one called a ball. So 2 balls and no strikes here with 2 outs. Tough, so they can bring in some runs here. Could really put this beyond the reach of Bates because right now they are having no joy offensively.
Yeah, I like to think of a good cutoff for is this game close is can you tie it with 1 swing? Right now, of course, you could, theoretically, grand slam. Past 4, it kind of gets, it gets that much more difficult. And that's going to be outside again. Now 3-0, kind of lost the strike zone a bit.
Yeah, Liliano now kind of in trouble after doing a pretty solid job initially when he came onto the mound, but now
the wind is really ramped up here.
3-0 count. That one called strike, so Liliano doing a good job to keep himself. 3 balls, a strike, 2 outs, with both runners in scoring position.
And no surprise there that you're taking 3-0, so especially when someone who hadn't been able to find the strike zone the last couple pitches. So now 3-1 count. If he sees something he's going to hit, he's definitely going to go for it, try to drive in these runs.
That one fouled just over our heads. And now it's everything full on the pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Yeah, of course, Liliano's got to make a pitch here. Conversely, of course, Sol's got to be able to hit anything that's in the strike zone or even near the strike zone, of course, with 2 strikes. The worst thing you can do is go down looking.
He doesn't. He drives it to left field. And it's comfortably caught out there by Gerino, which ends the 4th inning. But Tufts did get a run there. Driven home by Parada, going right through the legs of the first baseman, Gotti. After some good initial hitting from Fleischer, it was that bunt which got him to first. Fielding error got him to second. And Tufts are in a pretty solid position.
Yeah, the bunt is really something you rarely see, but it's great. It was great baseball, smart, just great awareness. I'm not sure if the coaches called it or not. I'm guessing not, usually with no one on. Still, either way, it's just great situational awareness to get yourself on base. Of course, getting to second's an added bonus because of that. That jump starts the inning. Of course, that's able to drive in a run.
I believe leading off for the Bobcats will be Avila. After him will be Fallon. And then the third hitter will be Jankowski. As we were talking about, picking up a bit more here in this, as we've gone on in this game.
Leading off for Bates College in the top of the 5th inning, the second baseman, number 44,
Zach Avila up to the plate. Cameron Mayer has had 4 impressive innings, looking to make it 5 as he faces off. That's Avila 0 for 1.
What we say every time, Lucas, when he's able to hit that spot right there, outside, knees are right around the knees. It bodes well. And he always looks for that spot to start the inning.
That one driven hard to short. Fleischer makes the play. Good fielding from the Jumbos. Bates probably should take a note or two, as that's the first out of the inning.
And it's just good job over there by recognizing, and you're exactly right, especially one of the errors we saw to start the game over at third base for Bates. What you saw there is he realized it was a hard hit ball, made a little bit of a range there, but he had time to collect himself and make a good throw.
That one driven to third. Should be comfortable for Cortez, and is easy does it, out number 2.
That was a really weak swing. I don't think he was expecting anything off speed. He was swinging looking for the fastball and almost realized halfway through, oh no, this is off speed. And you saw that kind of that unsure swing, ended up just rolling over on an easy ground ball. And you love to see that. Was that 3 pitches, 2 outs?
Yeah. And Jankowski up to the plate now. Fallon was the well, he's popped that one.
That might fall.
It drops in. Jankowski. I was just about to say Fallon was the only Bates hitter to have registered a hit. Well, now they've got their second from their catcher.
Yeah, nothing you can do there. I mean, that's just a soft piece of contact. It's not going anywhere. It just kind of floats out there into shallow left center, and unfortunately, that no one's able to get there. Still, another pitch that you began, as you see. What do we, always see? Pickoff attempt for when there's a runner on base at first, before the first pitch to the next batter.
Well, Bates at this moment will take anything that they can get. A little sort of blooper single there. Gets a runner on base and just keeps them alive. Even though they're 2 outs, they need something here in this 5th inning. 1 run, and maybe it just keeps them interested going into those final 2, but they still have to get a long ways, as that is strike number 2.
Just blew it by him right there. Not even close catching up to that.
Brennan 0 for 1 on the day so far. 0-2 pitch here in the top of the 5th. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Cameron Meyer has been immense.
Dominant inning, and of course you're gonna say, oh, he gave up a single. That is, sure it was a single, sure the runner got on base. It was a good pitch that he made there, and he got a little unlucky, but otherwise you just saw 2 weak ground balls, and he just revved up, blew it by him, and it just shows the versatility of Mayer, because you saw in the first 3 bats, you saw ground balls, or the shallow single. Those came, I believe, on all off-speed pitches. So he was able to retire 2 batters with off-speed, and then this 4th batter, he's just able to blow 3 fastballs right by him.
Well, it'll be Noon, Duffy, Cortez who are coming up for the Bows.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Bates College, number 10, Luke Linehan.
As we'll see a pitching change for the Bobcats, Luke Linehan coming in, which means Liliano's afternoon ends at 2 1/3 innings pitched, allowed 4 hits, had a strikeout, a run did come in while he was pitching. That was earned.
And of course, Luke Linehan, he's a freshman, I believe, so this will be his first season for obvious reasons. He has not actually started any game yet, but he came in relief, and he pitched pretty well. 4 innings, only 3 hits given up, only 1 earned run. That gives him an ERA well under 3 of 2.25. So arguably been the best pitcher so far, just given that they'd only played 2 games coming into this weekend for Bates. And of course, that's always can be a reassuring sign. Some talent down the pipeline when he's only a freshman. See how he handles Tufts and this very potent offense.
So it will be Noon up to the plate for the Jumbos. 0 for 1 on the day. He was walked in his first at bat, out in the second.
Leading off for the Jumbos in the bottom of the 5th inning, the designated hitter, number 33, Ryan Noon.
Here's the first pitch. Noon hits that hard into center field. And gets on base with the single. Great start on the first pitch.
Yeah, stroked that one, saw a fastball right in his wheelhouse and was able to put a great swing on that. And actually, something you won't see in the stat sheet, what I really like there is Noon was really aggressively running, kind of took a wide turn around first base, because he wants to keep the Bates outfielders honest. Think, hey, we're going to be aggressive on the base path, and if you don't get that ball in, we're going to run on you. Taking a page out of Tufts' playbook right there with that pickoff attempt.
Yeah, Linehan just keeping Noon honest there at first as he faces off against Duffy. Good pitch, strike 1.
That looked a little outside to me. Did you just tell by the way the catcher kind of caught that out, kind of tailing away, kind of reached a bit. I think they got the benefit of the doubt there. I think Duffy agreed.
Again, checking.
It's always interesting to me when you check for that second time. I mean, Noon is not really that far off first base. I mean, you can watch him out there. It takes 1, maybe 2 steps. So that, I mean, he's just a dive away. Doesn't even need to take any steps back.
And that one going in, 1-1 the pitch. Umpire just giving home plate a little dusting.
Gotta make sure the pitcher, of course, can see it out there at home on the mound.
Tuffy was showing for a bunt. No contact made. 2-1 the count, no outs.
Something I think a lot of people are probably relieved to see is that Linehan is working real fast out there. You can see once he comes to a set, he just goes.
Called strike. Again, very similar to that last pitch of attempting the bunt, checking again at first.
That's a good pitch right there. Of course, you really, when you're trying to avoid that bunt, because you don't want to see a runner get in scoring position. Called strikes are your friend, and that's a really good pitch.
That one hit hard to center field, but it's going to be comfortably caught by Beal. And that's the first out here at the bottom.
The third baseman, number 7.
Yeah, clearly left here sent up there with the purpose of the bunt. We saw him square a few times. Unable to do so, and more of a harmless fly ball than anything else, although it's decent charge put into it. Of course, now you still have one away runner at first base for Cortez.
Cortez, who's 1 for 2 on the day, has a double to his name. And Tufts, just looking at that score sheet, one thing that we noticed last week is Tufts sort of runs to hit ratio. This time more hits than runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, that was more partially a product of Colby's wild and inability to control the ball up and down their pitching staff, it seemed. We've seen that less so the case. Of course, we saw that hit by pitch, and we saw a couple walks here and there, but besides that second inning, you've seen much more contact for the Jumbos this time around.
And you see there Linehan just checking. Again, Noon at first.
You can hear the coaches yelling over there at Noon saying, hey, you're not even close to being thrown out. Oh.
Oof. They get the first out, but they won't get the second. You just saw Cortez there just sort of stopped swinging and wasn't sure. Not the end of the world, but it's 2 outs with a runner on first.
Yeah, you saw him kind of change his mind halfway through, but wasn't able to hold up clearly because ball made contact with it. I made contact. It was a good pick over there. I believe that's Avila out there making that pick. Really solid job. Wasn't that great of a throw, so good job getting the one.
And it's Fleischer up to the plate. He's 2 for 2 on the day.
They're making sure the Jumbos a high laundry bill this coming weekend, or in preparation for next weekend, I should say, because they're making them get dirty over there at first base.
In preparation for tomorrow as well.
True.
Strike called, so it's 0-1 the count for Fleischer. Linehan taking his time. One pitch is
tough
chopped.
Play
Play can't be made.
Yeah, that's a real tough play. I mean, you see that high chop, and you know it's you got to get it on that chop if you want to have a play, just because of how softly it's hit, but also the way it's going to bounce after. Just landed a couple feet in front of him at third base there. Bounced up on him, not really any shot. I don't think that'll be an error. I think they believe they gave him a hit.
Yeah, they're calling it a hit, so that means 3 for 3 for Fleischer on the day. He's having a pretty good afternoon. Has a run batted in as well. As that one
Oh,
is popped up
that
high.
might stay in.
Oh! And Jankowski there just couldn't keep a hold of it.
Yeah, you hate to see that because Janikowski had a real great jump on it. You saw him; he tracked it all the way. And obviously, that's the toughest play for a catcher, going right behind you. But definitely, when you get the ball on that, you want to see him squeeze that.
So it's the second baseman, Parada, up right now.
A little surprised they're not giving him an error as of now on that.
Parada fouling that backwards. As Parada, on both of his hits, runs came home. 0-2 the count. Runners on first and second here in the bottom of the fifth.
That might be in there.
Got him. And so Bates and Linehan, they're able to get out of that 2 runners on base position and go into the top of the sticks. Behind by 4. They haven't been able to do much offensively, but if they were to get something here, it would make it an interesting game again.
That's for sure. And of course, we're waiting to see if, assuming Mayer comes back out, but we have not seen him. And there he is coming out for the bullpen. So good to see him coming back for the 6th. And you're right, I mean, you look up and down the score where you say, well, it really hasn't been that terrible of a game for Bates on the on the pitching side. It's really been defensively that one inning where they kind of imploded and gave up those 3 runs. Otherwise, it's been a close game. I mean, they've been able to work out of jams really impressively. The problem for them is Mayer is on his game today. He's really, I mean, he's retired, I believe now. What is that? 9 out of the last 10 batters. So when you have a pitcher on your game like that, even anything more than 1 run really is going to be tough to come back from. They're going to need to turn it on sooner rather than later.
So we're back up to the top of the order for the Bates Bobcats. Starting with their designated hitter, Tall. And just so you know, Tufts in action tomorrow. Jumbo's baseball against Wesleyan for another doubleheader here at Huskins.
And of course, hoping that the weather holds off. No, there's a chance of some inclement weather, some rain. So definitely hoping that the Jumbos are able to get those games in, because with the abbreviated schedule, not entirely sure they'd bother making them up. Not sure there's that time, so hopefully be able to play tomorrow right back here at Huskins.
Mayer's first pitch of the 6th inning is a
Ooh.
ball.
That dipped just a little too far below the knees. Still a good location, though. I mean, you're fine with that miss, especially to start off the inning.
Kenny's going low, and again, ball.
Hey, like consistency. I mean, that was basically the exact same spot. I think the problem is not a great job by the catcher framing it. You want to see that glove be caught and then dip upward, and come upwards rather than dip down.
That one fouled back for ball. Or, sorry, for a strike.
Foul for a ball. That would be a new one. Yeah, great pitch. I mean, that's the beauty of baseball. I mean, call that adjustments. I mean, he's able to move that. It basically felt like the exact amount that he needed to. Maybe a half inch higher than before, and now it's a strike.
That one grounded to short. And the play made there by Fleischer. Set some good fielding plays for the Jumbos. Again, another ground ball.
Yeah,
comfortably done there.
Fleischer's been real impressive out there at short. I mean, he's making the right reads on the ground balls, picking up the ball. That's a good read right there to come in on it, get his momentum moving towards first base, then set his feet, make a nice hard throw. Yeah, he's been really solid defensively. So, frankly, the Jumbo's been in this entire game.
Up to the plate now, center fielder Beal. He's 0 for 2, like many of his teammates today. This one grounded to third. Cortez bobbled it. And Beal gets to first base.
I'm guessing we'll see that go down as an error. And what have we always said? That third base over there that's a tough play here at Huskins. For some reason, the ball always seems to explode on you when you get towards the lip of the grass. Still, I think what really sets that apart is he still had time to collect himself. I think he kind of just, after making the initial error, kind of rushed it, double clutched a few times, and all of a sudden wasn't able to get the throw off in time.
And once again, checking at first base before a pitch is made. Up against Jameson, who's 0 for 2 as well.
Jameson has struck out twice. He's not put the ball in play yet. Disappointing when you're the number 3 hitter. Oh, took some of that off that.
Big swing and a miss there, strike 1.
Yeah, it took something right off that, and just Jameson was swinging right through it.
Checks again.
Wouldn't be surprised if he gets a little extra step there. Yeah, you can see right there. I wonder if he's running on this pitch. He might have been, honestly. I mean, you could tell he was a little further off. I think he felt encouraged given the previous pitch. He was able to get back with no problem, so kind of led him to take another step or two. That one would have been a little closer had it been a better throw.
And again, he checks.
The Jumbos clearly think he's off and about to run. Because even though we normally see that first pickoff attempt before that, we don't normally see these rapid fire ones, so they're trying to keep him honest.
That one high for ball 1.
And another thing to take a look at, as you can see, Mayer is gone with the quicker delivery from the stretch. He doesn't much lower the leg kick. Obviously, if you thought the runner was going to hold, you might not do that, but he's trying to mix it up. So you see the quicker leg kick, quicker than blade.
Big swing and a miss there, strike 2.
And it's impressive he's still able to generate that velocity without that higher leg kick.
Called ball, so it's 2 balls, 2 strikes for Jameson. Strike 3! Meyer gets Jameson looking, and it's 2 outs in this inning.
What a spot. Living on that outside corner, like we like to say. Clearly, Jameson didn't think it was a strike, but it looked pretty good from our vantage point. And overall, that would be 3 strikeouts on the day for Jameson. Not what you need from your number 3 hitter.
As now it's Gotti who's 0 for 1 on the day. Walked.
There he is off. Oh, he had that one stolen. What you saw there is Mayer actually went with the higher leg kick. He's slower to home plate, and he got a pretty good jump over there at first base. I thought Beal did. So Jumbo's probably catch a break there. Probably would have had that base stolen. Wonder if he'll be. I'm guessing he'll be pretty aggressive still with 2 outs, and Bates will be looking for anything to get on that scoreboard.
There's the pitch. That one's low, so ball 1. Yet to put it up on the scoreboard, yet that pitch. Oof, big swing and a miss. It's 1-2 the count. Mayer's looking for his 9th K of the afternoon.
Runner's off.
That's grounded to third. Cortez again can't make the play. And runners on the corners now. Beal getting to third. Gotti on first. Again, that's going to go down as an error for Cortez. And Bates are in the best position yet to score in this game.
Yeah, on that one, like we said, I don't think that was necessarily a product of the field. Those are just hard to read. What he needs to do there is take 3 steps in and catch that ball before it made that extra bounce. Not sure what the delay is here. We might get a substitute. I think we're going to get pinch hitter, but as I was saying, what you need to see there, he needs to come in and play that ball. Can't let the ball play you, and that's what happened there. And he also didn't have his body behind it. What he saw is he thought he had the read down. He clearly didn't. Ball exploded a little bit. All of a sudden, it's into the outfield. So definitely a little bit of a fundamental mistake there.
So we're seeing Alex Ross come in, number 20 for Gerino.
First and third, always interesting to see if teams are aggressive on the base path. I don't think they will be here.
That one popped up.
Oh, you needed that here, Mayer.
To left
Although,
field.
got a little bit of a late break on it.
And the play is made by Duffy. Cameron Mayer getting out of that little jam. And Tufts going into the bottom of the sixth still with a 4-run lead.
Scheduled to bat for the Jumbos in the bottom of the sixth inning. It'll be Miles Reed, Jimmy Evans, and Brandon Bay.
You can just see coaching staff there talking with Cortez basically about the same thing that you were talking about, Scott. Just getting to the ball sooner.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have these conversations. You feel better knowing that it didn't lead to any damage, right? Of course, still a 0 on that scoreboard. Also reassuring for Mayer, who says, look, I mean, my defense almost let me down, but he was able to still work around 2 errors in that inning. And all of a sudden, he's 6 out of the he's almost there, 6 innings. I'll be interested to see what they do if they let him keep him in. If I had to guess based on, can't tell who's warming up in the bullpen, but it does appear that there's someone throwing pretty consistently in the bullpen, so wouldn't be surprised if we see someone else come in for the 7th.
Just attack the damn ball and save the village. Jump on the grenade. Got it? Let the ball, dive on it and save the village before you back up on it, right?
As we see a defensive change for Bates Bobcats out in left field.
And I believe we will have the top of the order coming up for the Jumbos in the 6th inning. Something interesting to keep in mind is the Jumbos have actually never batted in the 7th inning at home yet because they've been ahead in every game when it came down to that point, and that they've played at home so far. Hoping to keep that little streak going.
Reed is 1 for 2 on the day, has been walked, had, I believe, a double to start in the 1st inning.
Yeah, Reed, yep, exactly so. He, of course, started off with a little, not the hardest hit ball at all, but was able to get on second base. He's been on twice.
That one hit hard.
That's a fair ball
and
right
it gets
down
through.
the line.
Reed pushing for second to make it his 2nd double. He got there.
Oh, and Reed looks a little shaken up. You got to hope he's okay out there.
And that was those hits that we talked about that we love to see squeezing through.
No. You hope he's able to walk it off. That's really great base running. You got to commend the right fielder out there. Great throw, though. I mean, I got to say, it was a really well-timed throw. Really turned that play in closer than I thought it would be.
That's the 10th hit of the afternoon for the Jumbos. Evans up to the plate now. He's 0 for 2 on the day.
And Reed continues his hot start to the season. That was just a solid piece of contact right down that line. Beautiful piece of hitting for his 2nd double.
Strike 1, and I think whether it's Cameron Mayer or if it's another Tufts pitcher, you're just hoping that your offense takes advantage of having a runner in scoring position to start, no outs, add on to that lead, and give them that extra cushion going in to the final
Well, the mindset's got to be score this run. It doesn't need to be hit a home run. Doesn't need to be make this a 4-run inning. I mean, right now you should be focused on make this a 1-run inning. Get something across the plate. Even if that's a ground ball to the right side of the infield that advances the runner. That works as far as Tufts is concerned.
0-2 the count to the first baseman Evans. He pops that
That's
one.
gonna
It
go.
drops in for a single. Reed's being waved home. There was confusion out there in left field as well. And Tufts take a 5-0 lead.
Solid piece of hitting. It wasn't the best pitch to hit. He did what he needed to do. And again, what you saw in the outfield, this time it really didn't matter. I think Reed was easily home at that point. Just, I mean, mental mistakes. I mean, you got to just pick that ball up and field it and get it back into the infield one way or another. There's no reason for that soft of a ball that's basically dead out there to be tossed around, to be kicked around. I mean, but either way, good piece of contact by Evans, and Jumbos take a 5-0 lead.
That one high there for Brandon Bay, who's come in, had one at bat, and is 1 for 1 on the day. He subbed in for Di Maria.
Yeah, Bay had a nice piece of hitting, of course, with that.
That one called strike, so it's a 1-1 count to Bay. No outs. Evans on first.
Good pitch. Good pitch. Bay wasn't really sure about that one. You could see the uncertainty about whether to swing or not.
Oh, big swing and a miss there for strike 3 for Bay. First out of the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, solid, good pitching, obviously. Giving up that already giving up the double, giving up the single. But either way, that's a good way to come back from with a really commanding at bat out there by the young freshman.
Sal up to the plate now. He's 1 for 3 on the day, has a double to his name.
Just not a confident swing up there, obviously. It was really kind of took his hand off the bat. Well, more of a weak wave. You want to see a stronger swing there on that first pitch. Have some confidence. Put that ball in play.
And a hand there, just throwing back to his first baseman, Gotti, just to keep Evans in check. Safe again.
A little bit closer. They're not really too much of a close play, though. I think Evans is pretty confident where his lead is right now. He feels confident he can get back. Not sure if they'll have him running, especially with one of your power hitters up to bat.
Whew, the off speed there.
Good pitch. It's a good pitch. I mean, again, what key for any pitcher in any game, any situation, get ahead in counts. Did that last time around, last at bat with Bay. Was able to retire him on 3 pitches. Now he's up 0-2 again on Seoul.
Oof, that one high.
Yeah, that slipped out. You can tell. His release point, something about the mound. He just didn't land. I think he didn't land right, and he wasn't able to bring his arm down. Led to his release point being way too high, and that ball sailed on him.
Oof. That's a hit by pitch. Second one of the afternoon by Bates. Salo there just shaking that off. That hit him hard.
Yeah, that one can hurt. It's a fastball. It's going on your arm, obviously. Arm, depending on where it hits your arm, that can hurt a lot. Good to see that Solo's okay there, and you got to shake it off. Now Noon comes to the plate.
Singled on his last at bat, Noon. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Has also been walked.
I believe he was actually hit by a pitch. Runners lead from first and second.
Hand versus Noon. Well, 5-run lead right now for Tufts is pretty strong going in to the 7th inning against the Bates team that only had 2 runs last game, has struggled offensively this game with only 2 hits. That one high again. And you feel that, if Tufts bring in even more runs, then it's almost a given formality at this point.
Right. I mean, just the way that Tufts pitching, I'm not sure if Mayer's going to head back out there. My guess would be not at this point. But just the way that Tufts has handled Bates through both games has been really, really impressive. That's a little low.
And now it's 3-0 the count at noon. That one is ball 4, leading to bases loaded for Duffy. Duffy, although coming into this at-bat 0 for 3 on the day. In fact, he's the only Tufts player, apart from also DiMaria, who's not out there anymore, who has not registered a hit in this game.
Linehan needs to find the strike zone right now. That's 5 straight balls he's thrown. Make that 6, and that was not close. Every time he makes a release, you can see he's looking down at the mound. I mean, it's easy for obviously pitchers have their ways. I think it's something about either I can't tell if it's him or the mound, but he thinks his landing spot is off.
Ooh, and that one fouled off to the left, so it's a 2-1 pitch with 1 out. Here's the pitch. It's low again to Jackson Duffy.
Now 3-1, he's got to find the strike zone here. And obviously with a 5-run lead, I think you can feel confident if you see something, as long as it's in that right spot, I think you can feel confident to swing, knowing that that a big hit here could really blow this game open.
Linehan versus Duffy. And the base is loaded. That one's hit hard, but it's should be comfortable for the right fielder. And it is. So that is the second out of the inning.
Yeah, you could tell that was kind of where he wanted to. He wanted to drive it, but he got under it. And that was just hit not very far out there in right field. It was a good relay throw in. Evans over there is not going to test him.
Now it's Cortez up to the plate. He's 1 for 3 on the day, has a double to his name. Cortez hits that one to the left-hand side. Foul ball.
Of course, Cortez might have the opportunity to atone for his couple errors last inning. Of course, those did no damage as far as on the scoreboard, so more of an opportunity to atone and then some with this opportunity.
Here's the pitch. It's high, so it's 1-1 the count now. Linehan with a 1-1 pitch.
That's a strike. Yeah, I think that's a good pitch. I mean, Cortez probably thinks it's a little low, but I think the catcher caught it probably below the knees, but I think it did cross home plate in the strike zone. That's a really strong pitch, and down 0-1-2.
Cortez staying in the at-bat, 1-2 the count as he fouls that back. That one high for ball 2.
Definitely want him to try and chase there, although I think he missed where he was looking for, just a little bit outside there. Now 2-2. Good job by Cortez, working back that count. Of course, we know that we had some issues with strikes in the last couple batters, finding the strike zone. So Cortez definitely trying to mess up the rhythm out there.
You just think any sort of form of good contact and runs are coming home. Definitely one, probably two. The pitch, and just got in front of that one for a foul. The pitch, low again, and everything's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with the bases loaded.
Full count, 2 outs, bases loaded. You'll see all 3 runners off. So, yeah, solid piece of contact here will almost certainly drive in 2 runs, if not more.
Here's the pitch. That one is popped up high. Everyone's pointing at it. And the play made by Brennan, the shortstop, to end the inning. Well, Tufts have a 5-run lead to defend to win this ball game, leaving 3 runners on base there. They did get a run in that inning.
They score 1 run on 2 hits. There were no Bates errors and 3 runners left on base. Scheduled to bat for Bates in the top of the 7th inning. It'll be Zach Avalon.
As we will see a pitching change for the Jumbos. Spencer Langdon coming in. As we talked about last week, that GR on the score sheet. As the graduate student. But that comes an end to Cameron Mayer's performance. 6 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed, 8 strikeouts, and a walk. A shutout for the 17. What an afternoon.
And nearly identical to the first time he was out there. He was, I think, 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk. So there's a constant theme. When he's able to hit his stuff, he's not walking many people. He's not putting too many people on base. He was really dominant today. Bates never really had too much of an opportunity, except for, I believe, 1 inning there where they threatened on those errors by Cortez. But really impressive so far. And now, of course, you just hope that can shut it down and take this victory home.
Just see the sun starting to set a tiny bit as going into the evening here in Medford, Massachusetts. Bates will be heading back to Maine after this one. And it'll be Avila up to the plate for the Bobcats. Well, Bates right now need a bit of a miracle. At least fortunately for them, they don't have to face off against Mayer, but Langdon, also a solid pitcher, getting a first strike. That one hit hard. Oh! Unlucky from Fleischer. Nearly did a good job stopping that. But Bates start off the inning with a hit.
Yeah, that was really impressive by Fleischer. I mean, that's a tough play. Diving, of course. And it's not exactly hit on the ground. I mean, it's hit it in a way that it's going to bounce up, take a high enough bounce. And he almost picked that. It would have been interesting to see if he would have gone him at first. But, of course, now you have a runner on first base. And what do we expect? Pickoff.
And, well, I think probably Bates fans will love to hear this. The next 2 at-bats for them are their only other 2 players that have registered hits before Avila getting that single there. We have Fallon at the plate right now. Behind him is Jankowski. That one was a bit of a high pitch and it's fouled back. Jumbos just want to get this game over with. Another foul ball, strike 2. Or it was already 2 strikes for Fallon. Oh, big swing and a miss. Strikeout for Langdon.
Good pitch on that, with that off speed, really solid job. Did not expect that. Fallon did not expect that at all, and he was caught guessing. 1 away.
1 away, 2 more needed for the Jumbos. That one called strike. Up here. Against the catcher. I believe, looks like there's a hitting change in there for the Bobcats. Number 19 is in play. That one hit hard
that one.
to left field, to the warning track, but caught by Duffy.
Good job by Duffy. That was, like you said, that was turned on. Jackson Duffy, really good job. Just solid range out there.
Attention, please. Pitch hitting for Jack Brennan, number 6, Evan Hall.
Now we're seeing Evan Hall for the Bobcats. Another pinch hitter. That one low from Langdon. They just need one more out. The Jumbos. Bates, the closest they've come scoring was a runner on third base. Back last inning, but that one driven in.
Oh.
Gets over the hand of Parada, and it keeps Bates alive with runners on first and second.
Right over the head of Parada. I mean, when we say right, I mean that was just inches above the glove. And thankfully, it isn't that much of a closer game because Bates is definitely threatening right now.
Well, they're having much more luck here up against Langdon. You know, only registered 2 hits against Meyer in 6 innings. Already have 2 in 1 inning here, or in 2/3 innings against Langdon. As Atal is up to the plate. He's 0 for 3 on the day. Does have a runner in scoring position. And for Bates, it's just keeping themselves alive, keeping the ball in play.
Good pitch right there. Down to your last out. That's what you need to do. You need to throw strikes. I mean, you're not worried about, and obviously if a run scores, that's unfortunate, but the bigger concern here is throwing strikes, not putting any extra base runners on. Because eventually, your defense will make a play, or you'll make a play yourself.
That one low for ball 2. So 2 balls, a strike, and 2 outs.
See someone just in case someone is warming up, I believe, in the Tufts bullpen, just in case this inning gets a little more out of hand.
Oof. And Atal, you can hear a little yell there. That one hard into the arm. But it now leads to a bases loaded situation here for Bates with 2 outs, bringing up Beal.
And someone, again, we can't tell who, but they are really looking possibly to get Langdon out of there. A little more urgency with which the bullpen's getting active right now. Obviously, with 2 outs, this might be Langdon's last batter either way. He definitely went, yeah.
Strike 1 called.
That's a big bailout, and that's not a great pitch, obviously, off speed. I mean, it is pretty tempting, but with 0-0, I mean, you're up there, you're not looking for that, I don't think, and able to get that check swing called strike right there.
Bases loaded here, top of the 7th. That one low! And
he's going to come home.
He's going to come home. Can the play be made? No, it won't. And Bates get their first run of the game on a pitch that passed Sowell. And running in was Avila. Base runners also advancing, so now it's 5-1 with runners on second and third.
Yeah, you want to see a little more urgency. Trying to stop that ball is just, it wasn't even that great of a jump over at third base. Kind of hesitated a bit, but still able to score.
Langdon versus Beal. That one's fouled back. Well, Langdon has had some struggles here in this top of the 7th, but he's one strike away from getting Tufts their 8th win of the season.
At the end of the day, that's all you need. One more strike. That's all you need.
The 1-2 pitch is caught. Cortez, who had some errors back in previous innings, makes the play, and Tufts wins this one 5-1. And at the end of the day, it was a pitching masterclass from Cameron Mayer. 6 strong innings with 8 strikeouts. And Tufts get a big win. They go to 8-2. Bates now 1-3.
Yeah, really good game overall. And like you said, I mean, obviously putting up 5 runs, not too shabby at all. But the real story here is Cameron Mayer. What a dominant performance he was able to give the Jumbos today. 6 strong innings, 2 hits, no runs earned. Of course, even despite any issues at the end with Langdon there, still overall great outing for all the Jumbos pitchers throughout both games today. A clean sweep of the doubleheader, and they'll look to continue that success tomorrow into their doubleheader with Wesleyan.
And there you have it. That finishes this Saturday doubleheader here at Huskins Field. Tufts wins both games here against the Bates Bobcats. First one 14-2. Second one right now 5-1. Jumbos winning. I'm Lucas Pyle. Join alongside me, Scott Platt. Stay tuned for tomorrow's games against Wesleyan. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Love you guys.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to thank you for your endless support over the years. I'm forever grateful for everything you've given to me.
On behalf of myself and the other coaches, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our seniors and their parents. We have been through some interesting times, and your sons have been absolutely remarkable. I thank you for the privilege of coaching them. The leadership and caring shown by our seniors has been exemplary, and this is without question a direct result of the wonderful parenting they've received. Please know you'll all be members of our Jumbo baseball family, and please know how appreciative we are of all of you. Go Jumbos.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to say thank you for all you guys have done for me over the years. I'm super appreciative of all the early mornings, long nights, and long drives we've had, and I couldn't be more appreciative of that looking back at my 4 years of college now. So I just wanted to say I love you guys.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to come to Tufts and meet all these incredible guys. The experience